Today's programming is brought to you by PK Ninja, player of video game, maker of art, coolest ninja ever. You can find her over at PK Ninja VT. the Pokemon Randomized Tournament hosted by Bacon Pierogi, March 1st. Will be broadcast over on the Twitch channel belonging to Bacon Pierogi. Tricks Treats. Bring you fun streams, one adventure at a time. And VWF, the VTuber Wrestling Federation, hosted by Lord Houdini. Please check out all of our sponsors' channels, and please support them. Thank you. You're listening to 100.666 AM Gray Sports Radio, bringing you all the chaotic sports that you can handle. Now we turn over to your host, Great Man in Gray and Yellow. Good afternoon, sports enthusiasts, and welcome to 100.666 AM Gray Sports Radio. I am your host, Great Man in Gray and Yellow. Today we are happy to announce we have gotten the rights to the Chaos League. From Super Mega Baseball 4. We will be bringing you all of the action you can handle right here on Twitch.tv. Today we will be doing a team breakdown of all of the teams and what we can expect from this season, along with predictions. So let's get right into it with some baseball fun. We will start with the Animal Conference. And we have 3 divisions in each conference. In the Animal Conference, we of course have our Flock Division, Zoo Division, and Riverbank Division. Not only will we be breaking down teams, but we will also be breaking down what stadium each team plays in, giving you a 3D render of each team's home stadium, and what kind of action we can expect from them. We shall start with the Flock Division, home of the Wax Bills, Hunters, Scarlets, and Icebirds. Starting over with the Wax Bills, they're coming into the season with some hope, but is their hope justified? We shall see. The Wax Bills play over in Big Sky Park. Alright, Big Sky Park. Having a very interesting outfield. The left field is in a lot more than you would expect, with the shortest point being close to the foul pole in left field. That point being 314 feet. However, you do have a 35-foot wall to deal with to get any home runs. And it then goes down slightly until we get kind of to center field. Where we around the, I want to say like 370 mark where we have kind of a 10-foot wall for a good part of it. But as we go towards the 400 and deepest point in the field, we have the 20-foot wall, the 21-foot wall, and then a nice little 10 feet wall right here. Both sides of this field can give batters can see success using both sides of the field for different reasons. Of course, if you're hitting to left field, it's a shorter distance to get a home run, but you have to deal with that wall. While right field, it's a lot further, but you have less of a wall to deal with. But what do the Wax Bills bring to the table? Let's start with their opening day roster. And their opening day starting 9. Leading off for the Wax Bills is 23-year-old switch hitter Winter Day. She will be playing shortstop. Batting second, at first base, 31-year-old Valentina Ocean. Designated hitter Xander Brickhouse. For those who are new to baseball, a designated hitter is a player who only bats. He is basically the replacement for the pitcher. So instead of the pitcher having to bat, you instead can get a designated hitter. Xander Brickhouse, 26 years old, will be starting us off there. The starting catcher, Hammer King. He's hoping to continue his dominance of hitting home runs. Batting fifth. And right field, AJ English, 25. The center fielder, 27-year-old Zoom McHustle. Third base, 20-year-old and new addition to the Wax Bills, Uber Slaps. Lance Vortex is batting 8th, and he is left field, 31 years old. And finally, batting 9th, their hot gloved second baseman, Earl Quaker. Now, let's go over some of these guys, shall we? So, Winter Day has always been a fantastic leadoff for the Wax Bills. She hasn't been here too long, but every season she puts up great numbers in stealing. Please note that, of course, in the Chaos League, each team plays 42 games. So even with only 42 games, Winter Day puts up fantastic numbers. However, speed is not something the rest of this team has, but they do have the power and contact to help bring Winter home. Valentina is one of the new players for the Wax Bills. They just brought in this offseason. She has pretty good power, but she also can make great contact with the ball. Everyone is excited to see what Valentina can bring to her new team, especially with someone like Winter in front of her. Designated hitters, Xander Brickhouse. Of course, last year was his rookie season. He played fantastically on the offensive side, but there is a reason I personally feel that Valentina was brought in. We did see quite a few error threes over on first base from Xander last season. So they did make the choice to bring in Valentina Ocean this offseason to help out Xander by moving him to designated hitter. I have a feeling this should pay off. Of course, the team's all-star catcher, Hammer King, one of the better catchers in the sport. His arm and ability behind the plate are pretty good. He had a fantastic season last year, and people are only expecting him to get better. His power is through the roof, and apparently this offseason he's been working on making contact with the ball. Will that pay off? Only time will tell. AJ English is batting fifth. He is another member of their power triple team they have between Brickhouse, King, and now English. Of course, just like Xander, AJ's rookie season was last year, where some experts were quite disappointed with how he did. Something else to point out, something that I've been forgetting, is some of these players' traits. For example, Winter Day is one of the best stealers in the game, and whenever she gets a hit, she is like a rocket out of the box. Xander is known for his big hacks. I'm sure you're wondering, what does that mean? Whenever he's at an advantage count, either 2-0, 3-0, or 3-1, his power goes up quite a bit. He does sacrifice a little contact, but he's already a very good contact hitter, so that doesn't bother him too much. Hammer apparently, according to insiders, has been working on his arm during the offseason. And he's also makes pitchers' lives miserable while being a tough out. Now, the question we all have coming into this season, though, for AJ, he is a great power hitter. He is a great contact hitter. The problem he had last year, when he had runners on second or third, he just couldn't finish. Everyone's hoping that he's able to turn that around, but only time will see. Next up, we have Zoom McHustle. As this one texter in Zeppo Jr. points out. Thank you for your support, texter. His name is Zoom McHustle, but he's not even close to being the fastest player on the team. Quite an unfortunate name. He does make up for that with his fielding and arm, but some Waxbill fans are concerned that he is batting sixth in the order. Last season we saw quite a bit when it was a 0-2 count. Zoom did struggle quite a lot, but he does have a tendency to embarrass the better pitchers in the league. He's been called an ace exterminator. We'll see if that helps him this season. Following that, of course, we have Uber Slaps. Uber, of course, is another great contact hitter. He's not too great at the power or speed, so we are expecting quite a few sac flies from him, but his fielding and his arm really pay off. Another thing he is quite good at, though, is clutching up when the pressure mounts. That is very important. We will have to wait and see what happens, though. Eighth, we have Lance Vortex. He just like Winter, when he hits the ball, he bolts out of the box. The main problem Wax Bill fans have been seeing from him as he's been getting older since about 3 seasons ago. His ability to actually make contact with the ball has been going down. His power is still as good as it has been, but fans are worried Lance is on a decline. He still makes amazing plays in the outfield, though, so he will continue to be a part of the starting roster. The main thing, though, is the coach has been trying to get on him to stop trying to steal bases. Not only is he not that fast, he also has struggled a ton last season with bad jumps. Finally, Earl Quaker, the team's rookie at 20 years old and with a mustache like that. One can only be jealous. He has been plotted for his amazing arm and amazing fielding ability on second base. There are some fans, though, who are surprised he got the nod to opening day. Mainly because his power and contact, even coming out of the minors, weren't too good. Only time will tell, though, what happens. It is definitely one of the many storylines for this team to keep in mind this season. Alright, we have on the bench Cade Hand. Cade, of course, is another rookie, and he's hoping to learn quite a bit under the amazing talent of Hammer King. How good, and definitely there are worse catchers to learn under. Cade does have an amazing arm. But in training camp, we did see quite a few pass balls. He does have decent contact and power, so we'll have to see how it goes. Carl Cook, another first baseman who has come to the team in the offseason. The only problem, though this is a signing that Wax Bill fans have had a problem with. He has only been in the league for 3 seasons, and while his numbers have been all right, his fielding has been unwatchable. With Brickhouse being the team's main DH, you have to wonder how much is Carl actually going to see the field. Though, according to some insiders, despite his tendency to miss on the first pitch, he has been embracing the pinch player mentality. So we will have to see how it goes. Following that we have last year's. We have mainly third baseman, but but she was the team's second baseman last season in her rookie season. Unfortunately, though, while she was good against lefties, she did not put up numbers that the team was hoping to see. We will have to see how she does this season. And her fielding is very good, and she is probably the fastest player on the team. So it will be a mystery to see how she does as in her new role coming off the bench. She can play pretty much any position though, so we will see how that goes. Finally, Ivory Price. Another player who's probably going to pinch run a bit. And that, unfortunately, as we've been seeing throughout her career, Ivory has mainly been a pinch runner on teams. Her fielding and arm for being an outfielder aren't quite where teams want it to be, so expect Ivory's playing time to be sparse. Next up, we go to the Wax Bills starting four. Their ace this season, absolute rookie sensation, Ice Damon. Everyone has been excited to see what this guy can do. He comes into the league at 23 years old, but he absolutely has dominated in every other level. It is a very exciting time if you're a Wax Bill fan, as this potential All-Star's career has just begun. He features a 4-seam fastball, a 2-seam fastball, a curveball, a slider, and a changeup. His velocity is off the charts, especially when it comes to his 4-seam. Though his other 4 pitches do have fantastic movement, and he doesn't struggle that much with accuracy. He also has been described by his coaches in previous levels as a workhorse. He will go 7, 8, 9 innings if you need him to. So expect to see a lot of Ice Damon whenever it's his turn in the rotation. After Ice, we have last year's ace for the Wax Bills. He is a very composed pitcher, but you do have to wonder, how is he going to act to being bumped down to number 2 on the rotation? It could result in some troubles, so we'll have to wait and see. But he is a very composed pitcher. His velocity is not quite as good as Damon, but he has some great movement, or great junk, as the kid says, and his accuracy is pretty good. He features a 4-seam, a slider, a changeup, and a forkball. Surprisingly, coming into his second season, Beefcake Marshmallow. Now, Beefcake, of course, last season had just an okay season. If he allows 1 or 2 on base, he usually can compose himself. But as we saw last year, if he gets too many players consecutively get a hit on him and he doesn't get the out, he is prone to meltdowns. That is a storyline to keep an eye on coming into this season. Will he be able to control these meltdowns, or will they, like last year, end up with him potentially getting skipped a couple times in the rotation? Beefcake features a four-seam, a cutter, a curveball, and a changeup. He does not have the most movement on his other pitches, but he does have an alright amount of pitches. His accuracy is barely above average, the experts have been saying, so it will be interesting to see what happens. Finally, the fourth member of this rotation, Garrymander Weeby. He has been a wax bill pretty much his entire season, though we definitely are starting to see the beginning of the end of his playing career. Fans still are excited to see what Garrymander can do. The main problems though that he has been running into coming into late stages of his career, he has been walking players a little bit more, and he does slightly struggle with the strikeout. He has simplified his arsenal to only 3 pitches this season, with the four-seam, the screwball, and the changeup. His screwball was once a thing of legend, of course, so it is something to keep an eye on. Though likely it will not move like it used to. I talked to the Wax Bills manager the other day, and he is very excited about his rotation. Now we go into the bullpen. Their main long reliever is Zoe Banks. This was the off-season signing that also had Wax Bill fans scared. She has fantastic movement on her two-seam, her curve, and her changeup. The only problem is, sometimes not even the catcher knows where those pitches are going to end up. And her velocity isn't the best. She does rely mostly on movement. Another player who has fantastic movement is their right-handed specialist, Desmond Hunter. He is very good at getting ahead in the count, and the movement on his slider and changeup are great. The main thing is his four-seam does not have the velocity you might want from other bullpen arms. So we have to wait and see if it works out. After him, we have Cora Dakota. Coming into her first season in the Chaos League, Cora features a four-seam, a curveball, and a forkball. Her velocity is amazing, but the main problem she's been having is her curveball and forkball have been crossing up her catcher. Another problem is they don't have the movement you would hope for on those kind of pitches. Her four-seam is elite though, so she will be going with that most of the time. Though, no, at least from what we've seen in the minors, she does tend to not have the best control of it either. It's a very much a mixed bag with Cora. You get great speed on the four-seam, and that's about it. She definitely needs to learn control if she's going to stay in the league. Finally, we have 18-year-old rookie Bartholomew Floyd. This has been a very controversial call-up by the Wax Bills all off-season, when it was announced that freshly drafted relief pitcher Bartholomew Floyd would be called up without any time in the minors. People are saying he's just not ready. He features a four-seam and a curveball, but according to some baseball experts, both pitches do not have enough to make it in the majors. We'll have to wait and see what happens with Bartholomew. he also tends to have problems whenever there's two or more people on base, and there has been problems in high school with him getting injured. It is a very interesting time if you are a Wax Bill fan. You're just hoping that your GM and manager know what they're doing by calling him up at 18. Returning for his fourth season with the team, Jake Bass has earned the team's closer. After being a closer for the team's, or after being the setup guy for the team's previous closer, Jake has finally earned the mantle of closing pitcher for the Wax Bills. I talked to him a few weeks ago. He seems extremely excited. He is very good at strikeouts, and his forkball has been nothing but amazing. Of course, his four seam has also set up the forkball perfectly. We are very excited to see how Jake's first season as closer goes. So we, of course, we always turn to you, dear viewers. Please write in what you think of these teams. But my personal thought is the Wax Bills are definitely going to be an interesting team again this season. They definitely improved on first base compared to last year. And they have... And contact will once again be something the majority of the starting nine strong suit. The main problem they may have is base running, where really they have two pinch runners and two of their starters who are great at running. It might be a little challenging for the team to score first to home, unless it's Winter or Zoom. That could be something to keep an eye on, is how many of the slower guys get left on base. Another thing I feel that's going to be good is, of course, their rotation. Everyone has been excited to see how Ice does in the Chaos League. And while Beefcake and Gary Mender may have their concerns, there are some teams who would die for a pitcher of their quality, especially as your third pitcher. So their rotation is pretty good. But again, another problem they may have is some of their bullpen arms are a little bit of a concern. Besides Jake, who, of course, as we've brought up, has moved into the closing position. The rest of the closer, or the rest of the bullpen, are a mixed bag. Only time will tell over at Big Sky. So then, here is this season's Wax Bills. We next move on to the Wax Bills' longest running rival, the Hunters, who once again return to their stadium known as Golden Field. The main thing people have pointed out is how much foul territory there is in Golden Field. And there is a ton. It's up there in the league as one of the higher amounts of foul territory. This does give pitchers, especially contact pitchers, the edge. The shortest points on at this on this field are, of course, both corners in both the left and the right being 313. And with that low fence, extreme pull or extreme opposite batters may have a good time. The deepest point is 402, but again, it is a low fence, so some batters may be able to take advantage of that. Let's have a look at the Hunters starting 9. Starting leading off is right fielder, 28-year-old Ezra Vaughn Olio. Center fielder, 33-year-old veteran of the team, Grayson Tent, is up next. Designated hitter, Vicky Gwen. Gwen, at 19, starting her career in the designated hitter spot. After her is the sophomore, Ghost Dangerfield. Ghost, of course, winning Rookie of the Year last year. And proving himself to be one of, if not the best catcher in the league. Him and the Wax Bills catcher Hammer have developed quite a rivalry between each other. So it should be a fireworks show when these two face off. Entering his rookie season, Woodland Dangerfield. Woodland, of course, being the younger brother to Ghost. Ghost has been nothing but happy since learning that his brother made the team. And while he can be quite timid, Ghost stands by his brother. Batting 6th, second baseman, Callie Glass. 28 years old. Ninth is the left fielder, 33-year-old Gary Mander Blankership. Batting 8th. Shortstop, Flower Bell, 27. And Amber Leroy, 22. Also starting her rookie season on the team. She placed third base. Now let's have a deeper dive into the team. Ezra coming into the season after what some people have been calling a disappointing season last year. She led the league in strikeouts when having a runner in scoring position. She also has developed a bit of a problem of not really hustling out of the batter's box after getting a hit. Some Hunter fans are really getting tired of her, but others say her power in the leadoff spot is invaluable. We of course ask you viewers, is this power and contact worth it if the batter keeps striking out whenever there are runners in scoring position, and tends not to have the best hustle coming out of the box? Batting next is the long-standing veteran of the team, switch hitter Grayson Tent. There have definitely been a call to have Grayson lead-off games as both players and fans alike think he deserves it more. He does have problems with the first pitch, but he is very good at starting rallies. There are others saying that Ezra's fantastic speed, fantastic contact and power, though, does mean it's better to put her in leadoff, where hopefully she doesn't have as many people in scoring. It is going to be exciting to see what this vet does. After him, of course, we have one of the team's 3 rookies in the starting 9. This is going to be very exciting. How these rookies fit in with this long-standing franchise. We start with Vicky Gwen, the lefty who is the designated hitter. And as we saw in spring training, though, when people were thinking maybe Woodland might be the DH, her fielding has yet to prove itself. So she still needs to work on that. But she does have amazing power in her bat, and she is pretty good at making contact. She's even better when facing higher quality pitchers. Along with whenever she has a 2-0 or 3-0 count, she tends to try and hit the ball even harder than she normally does. Of course, Ghost needs no introduction to the Hunters. Ghost, of course, made his name last year, winning not only Rookie of the Year, but also proving himself to be the best catcher in the league as a rookie. Him and Hammer do have a bit of a rivalry, though, so it's going to be interesting to see how that plays this season. Last year they played best when facing each other, so we will have to see how they played against each other this year. Of course, Ghost is great against left-handed pitching, and he's even better when in a position with runners in scoring position. That would be second or third base. He also has the best arm behind the plate, or at least one of them, and has caught a ton of pitchers trying to steal. Of course, joining him this year is his younger brother in his rookie season, Woodland Dangerfield. Woodland being the team's other rookie first baseman. He definitely has earned his spot as the team's starting first baseman by having decent enough fielding and good enough arm. His speed is alright. And what has been very surprising is he generally tends to have better power in his bat than his brother, though his brother is very good at making contact, while Woodland has just been okay in his minor league appearances. Second base is newly signed second baseman Callie Glass. Kelly coming in from the Kingdom to be this team's second baseman. Her contact and speed are very good, and her power is nothing to sneeze at. The main problems, though, is she has been some pitchers find her to be an easy target whenever she's at bat, and she sometimes develops a case of butterfingers in the field. On second base, that definitely is a concern, especially since her fielding is not quite the best. Gary Blankenship is the team's left fielder. At 33, he still has something in him. All around, he is definitely an above average player, and he's looking forward to another season. Flower Bell coming in the off season, just like Callie Glass. Flower has great contact, and she is a great defensive shortstop as well. Her power may not be over the moon, but she still has some when needed. And finally, the team's third baseman, one of the best in the minors, their third rookie, is Amber LaJoy. Sorry about that. Amber, of course, in the minors, being amazing wherever they put her. She can pretty much play any position. She does naturally play third base, though, and that is where she will start the season. But she is very much a utility player and can pretty much play any position you need her to. The team's longtime catcher, Scarlett Gonzalez, is on the bench this season, which some people are a little concerned about. She, of course, for 6 seasons, was the team's main catcher. But then last season, Ghost showed up and completely took over the position. She does, however, she still is a decent enough power and contact player with good speed, and she's a good enough fielder with a good arm. She has been apparently working on coming in as a pinch player, but only time will tell how that works out. PJ Good is the team's other utility player. This is his sophomore season. He was, of course, the team's second baseman last year in his rookie season, and some might say his fielding ability is a little bit better than Callie, but her arm is better, and she tends to get more results at bat. Though PJ is very much used as a utility player, can come in at any position and can start a rally. So he should find himself a good amount of work coming off the bench this year. Amari Hanspringer is another player on the bench. Oh, there we go. Her power is pretty good, and she is used to being used as a pinch player by now. Some rumors have been saying she's been helping Scarlett out. It will be interesting to see what happens whenever she comes into games. And then finally, Boxer Birch He barely made the starting roster. So, but he is going to be in his rookie season starting on the bench. Teams aren't too sure what to expect from this 21-year-old, but from the little bits I've seen, he has good enough fielding and power in his arm to come off the bench in a defensive situation. And he also has pretty damn good contact, if I do say so myself. We now move to the rotation. Darius Shipwreck coming in for his third season. Of course, he was brought in at 19 years old and has been one of the best pitchers in the league. He may throw right, but lefties have struggled against him. He also comes up huge in clutch situations. His velocity and accuracy are good, but the movement on his curveball and screwball are amazing. And of course, we have to go to next up to the team's other two amazing starting pitchers. The Hunters have some amazing pitching with them this year. Isabel Wrestles, who has been helping mentor both Darius and Talon. Miss Wrestles has of course great velocity, one of the best four seams, and great movement on all of her other pitches. Her accuracy has been pretty good too. And she can take a baseball to the head and just walk it off some of the time. This should be a fun season for her as rookie Talon Liu, who is also pretty good, joins in. Talon, of course, does tend to struggle if he puts up 3 balls, but his screwball is elite. His accuracy may not be perfect, but he mostly relies on his velocity and movement with his 2-seam curveball, slider, screwball, and changeup. Like I said, this is also Talon's rookie season, so it's going to be interesting to see how this goes for him. Finally, the newest member of the Hunters franchise, Cole Harden. Cole comes in after a meltdown with the Swampers left him in free agency last season. Cole has amazing velocity, which makes his 4-seam great. And his 2-seam is also pretty good too. And of course, velocity can help with the cutter, but his movement and accuracy have been questioned his entire career. He is also prone to meltdowns, which led to his parting with his old team in the Swampers. If he gets a chance to pitch against them, it will be interesting to see how he does. Next up, we go to the bullpen. Starting with long reliever, backup starting pitcher, James Woodard. James features amazing velocity and is very good at collecting strikeouts. He uses a 4-seam, a 2-seam, and a changeup. Though, just like Cole, there is a question about the movement of his 2-seam and changeup, along with his accuracy and hole. Jess March. She has amazing velocity. Great movement on all three of her pitches, the 2-seam screwball forkball combo. Main problem is sometimes her pitches tend to be mystery boxes. There are times when not even she knows where the pitch is going to end up. And that tends to be a problem. Because if you don't know, then your catcher does. That has led to quite a few dropped balls. As well as wild pitches. Also, when she gets surrounded on the plates, she tends to struggle. Smoky Pops comes in. Once again, great velocity, great junk, makes the 4-seam slider very good. Sometimes he does struggle with accuracy, but that tends to be okay with sliders. It will be interesting to see how he does.
Time for sound trivia. As always, one lucky caller that can correctly identify what this sound is wins game tickets. These ones are for the Sandcats game tonight.
Alright. After that, we have...
Here's a hint. It's not me tearing up my performance review this time.
Alright, we have Trissa Dickerson, who is final. Once again, as we have seen with quite a few of these pitchers, great velocity makes her 4-seam dangerous. Her slider and changeup struggle, and she does tend to have a wild pitch problem. It is a concern. Finally, their closer, Wingspan Yellington, and finishes off this bullpen. He will be closing this season. He uses a 2-seam, 4-seam, and forkball. Velocity and accuracy are good. Movement on the 2-seam and fork are very good. Though he does have problems with stealing, as players do tend to get easier jumps on him. And that mixed with his ability to get crossed up with his catcher sometimes does lead to problems. Luckily, Ghost should be able to handle this, but you never know. It will be definitely interesting to see how the Hunters do this season. After that, we have the Scarlets. The Scarlets play at Apple Field. Apple Field has a 10-foot fence. The shortest point do seem to be the corners again, or the shortest point are the corners at 337. Deepest point is 432. So it is quite a deep center field there. This is one of the smaller foul territories in the league, though. So pitchers do have to keep that in mind. Definitely some players have had easier times getting triples here, though. So that's always something to look forward to. Let's have a look, shall we?
Tired of the old you? Take that cellulite and shape it into realistic looking muscles. Sculpt your bad parts into good parts with lipoplanting. Actual muscles not guaranteed.
Leading off is their rookie second baseman, Elijah Walkman. Boston Tall returns for his 4th season with the Scarlets, playing center field. Milkman also returns at shortstop. Third base we have free agent signing. Ivana Centercut. Right field is Vladimir Kringer. Designated hitter is Casper Harding this right now, which some fans have been confused by, but left fielder is Torrey Cantrell. Flash action, first base, and Woody Goodwood is behind the plate. Elijah Walkman, of course, comes into the season as a rookie. What's surprising is the only rookie on this team's starting 9. He may not have the power, but where he lacks power, he makes up for it everywhere else. He is an amazing defensive second baseman with great contact and speed. He is also very good at stealing bases, and he also tends to distract the pitcher if he makes it the first or second. Boston Tall returns for his 4th season with the team. Some people are wondering if this is his last season here with the Scarlets, but the rest of the team are not trying to let that get into their heads too much. He has decent enough contact, decent enough power, decent enough speed. Where he really shines, though, is defending the center field, which is very good in this ballpark. He has an arm where he has actually been able to stop a couple of tag ups from second to third. Milkman is the team shortstop. He has been with the team since being drafted. He has pretty good contact, but where he really shines is his power. He's one of the better power hitting shortstops in the league. Fielding and his arm are kind of mid, but with his power, it's been pretty good. Ivana Centercut makes her first appearance in the red, black, and white. She will be on third base this season, and her power and contact are fantastic. She also has pretty good speed, pretty good fielding on third base. Main problem has been her arms. Sometimes she has struggled to throw people out at first. We'll have to wait and see if that becomes a problem this season. After her, we have... She is also very durable, but has trouble with the first pitch sometimes. I should also make note that both Boston and Milk are very good with inside pitches and are tough outs. Finally, next up is their left-handed specialist, Vladimir Kringer. He's already very good in power and contact, but against lefties, he really does well. Yeah, there's nothing much left to say. Designated hitter Casper Harding. He was last year's second baseman, but they have moved him to designated hitting duties, which of course does concern some players because he is a hot and cold batter. After that is Torrey Cantrell. He does have butterfingers, but he's very good at the first pitch. Torrey Cantrell, after she gets a hit, she bolts out of the box. Her defense, just like most of the team, is top notch. Her contact's alright, her power's okay, but she is a pretty damn good player on this team. Flash action, again, first base. He has a very good arm despite being a first baseman. His fielding is pretty damn good. He's one of the better fielding first basemen in the league. He's considered average on bat, or above average at least. But he does struggle when there are 2 strikes on the board. Finally, we have someone else who does struggle when there are 2 strikes on the board. The catcher, Woody Goodwood. He does, though, if he does get a hit, does bolt out of the box despite his speed not being the best. But he is a very good defensive catcher. Nevada Clements is the backup catcher. And really, his fielding work behind the plate may be a little better, but Woody just tends to be better than him. And he is good against righties, though, with his power, but he is volatile. That's something to keep an eye on. The utility infielder, or mainly first baseman, Scarlett Everbright. She's a very good fielder, as she's very good at defense and decent at both power and contact. We also have left fielder. She is coming in for her second season. Zane Poole, the left fielder with a cannon for an arm. He is mainly a defensive replacement, but if you need a throw out from the outfield to home, he's your guy. He is seen as an very, very easy target, though, by pitchers. And finally, Corey Chandler is their final member on the bench. He plays center field. He's also a very good defensive player. Expect to see him and Zane come in close games as defensive replacements. The ace on the mound is Zachary Zoner, 30 years old. Zachary features a 4-seam, 2-seam, curveball, forkball. He's a disciplined player with great velocity. His accuracy is okay, though, but movement is a problem. Next up is Carly Downhill. She has pinpoint accuracy, but movement and speed on her pitches do struggle. They both have... These two have been jumping around the league quite a bit. This is both of their first seasons with the Scarlets. You could tell they were hoping to get... They were probably hoping to get someone better than them, but this is what they get, so they have to go with it. Johnny Tent is pitching third in the rotation. He features a four-seam a curveball, a slider, a screwball, and a changeup. Some people have argued that he might be the actual better of these three, but he will be pitching in every third. He will be third in the rotation. So we will have to wait to see if that is correct. He has very good movement on his secondary pitches, and his speed, while it's not blowing the hats off of anyone, is good enough. Bo Letters is pitching. It will be fourth in the bullpen. He does tend to have problems when he's surrounded and when he gives up too many hits. His accuracy is good, but with a four-seam, two-seam curveball, slider, changeup, lack of velocity, lack of movement, along with those negative traits, is concerning. He has been with the team for 4 seasons now, and Scarlet fans are starting to tire of his antics. Bertha Luna is our first bullpen arm. She is one of the better relief pitchers in the league. Great durability. She stays composed. Her velocity and accuracy are very good, and she has just enough movement on her two-seam and slider to make them dangerous. After her is Abigail Centercut. She has an elite slider and very good speed on her four-seam. She also likes to collect those strikeouts, so that is something to keep in mind. Dallas Stark, he does struggle when he's under pressure, but he has an elite changeup and a pretty good slider along with a pretty good four-seam. He has been playing in the league for, this will be his 20th season in the league, and for a pitcher that is damn impressive. You'll have to think his time is coming, but as long as he has a team, he's going to give it everything he got. Second last bullpen arm is Ivana Baker. She is a rookie in the bullpen this season. And she features a four-seam, two-seam changeup. Main problem, she has had a few problems. Though her four-seam is her best pitch, but she does have a problem to walk people, and she has almost no movement on her two-seam and changeup, which do rely quite a bit on movement. She is a rookie though, so we'll see if the Scarlets manager plays her sparingly. Finally, one of the elite closers in the league. This is her 4th season. Elizabeth Hammerhead. Amazing at strikeouts. Her cutter is dangerous. And she has 4 other amazing pitches along with her cutter. Those being the four-seam, the curveball, the slider, and the forkball. Some people have called her the Grim Reaper because when she comes out, the game's pretty much dead. She is one cold girl and knows how to end games. And there you have it, the Scarlets. They are hoping to improve from last season. And with this roster of some old and some new faces, they definitely have a team that with their defense and bullpen could make some noise. The main problem some people do have with this team, though, is they do lack a little bit of power, and their starting four aren't gonna take your breath away. So it's gonna be interesting to see what happens. All right, we're gonna take a break. When we come back, we will be having a look at the Icebergs along with the Zoo Division, and we will see you after the break. The following program is brought to you by the support of friends. PK Ninja over on twitch.tv/PK_Ninja_VT. Player of video games, maker of art, and the coolest ninja ever. Tricks Treats, who lover of adventures and a monster hunter. The upcoming VTuber Pokemon Random Battle Tournament will be hosted by Bacon Pierogi March 1st and by VWF, where VTubers put it all on the line and wrestle each other for your entertainment. $100.666 is also possible by viewers like you. Thank you, you psychotic people. Welcome back to 100.666 AM, the Gray Sports Radio. Back to your host, the great man in gray and yellow. Alright. And with those commercial and sponsorships out of the way, welcome back everyone to the Gray Man Sports Show. I'm still your host, Great Man. And like I said before we went to break, we will now have a look at the Icebirds. The Icebirds play over at Colonial Plaza. Something to note right away with Colonial Plaza is, first off, how humongous the outfield, or how humongous foul territory is. That's going to give pitchers, especially those who rely on flyouts, a lot of advantage. They're giving their fielders a lot of room to work with, so that's something to always keep in mind. Something else, though, to keep in mind is that outfield wall. Both the left and right field portions of it are only 5 feet up. But once we get to the little curve for center, that's when we get the 18-foot up part. The shortest points are the corners, like always. Those are 347 feet. And then we have the deepest point, which is right at the heart of that curve. And that part is 410. Now, the deeper wall do give some teams a chance to get farther on base. But with such a deep foul territory, along with such a deep field, this is more of a pitcher's ballpark. So that's always something to keep in mind. So, the Icebirds, of course, come into this season feeling pretty good about themselves. They had a fantastic season last year, and they are hoping, despite some pieces leaving, that they have a quality season. They especially want to make sure one of their biggest rivals, the Hunters, are still below them. These two have had a historic rivalry. They do not, the Hunters and Icebirds do not get along in the slightest. So, the starting 9. We have in her 3rd season, center fielder Jesse Jefferson, Quinn Smoke at right field. He of course has been with the Icebirds since his 19-year-old season. So he has been in the league for quite a while. But despite being 39, he still has it. Ozzie Eaton is, of course, their third base replacement. And from the off season, he's hoping to come to this team to get his first ring. Caitlin Turnup is here in her sophomore season, having a pretty damn good rookie season. She now bats 4th and is in left field. Fifth up is 23-year-old Trey Turncoat. The only rookie on this Icebergs team. She comes in with a pretty good team behind her, and not being that bad of a player herself. The main problem, of course, is there are field concerns. Is she going to be all right on first base? We'll have to wait and see. Catcher J.D. Southpaw comes into the season looking to really make a name for himself after his rookie season, where he led all catchers in stolen bases. He hopes to keep that up. Cassandra Barber also makes her debut on a new team after playing 7 seasons with the Hunters. She goes to one of their biggest rivals. Fans of the Hunters, of course, are not taking this well. We have seen in recent weeks quite a few number 7 Cassandra Barber jerseys getting burnt. Cassandra herself was asked about this, and she said, and I quote, "I'm not too worried about the noise. I'm just here to ball, and I believe the Icebirds give me the best chance to win." This news, of course, was not taken well by the Hunters, so it will be interesting to see what happens this season. Steven Rico is the designated hitter and batting 8th. Of course, he was the team's previous first baseman last year, but was moved to DH role. The team, of course, is concerned that while Turncoat is a better first baseman, she still isn't that much of an improvement. It will be interesting to see what happens. Finally, the shortstop and team favorite, Ivor Undermeyer. He may not be the best on the bat, but the team still loves him. It's going to be great to see him on the field again and see the Icebirds fans swarm around him. Now, of course, let's have our deeper dive into the team. Jesse Jefferson, of course, is back for another season. And the batter who makes right-handed pitchers, and especially those who like targeting the bottom of the zone pay. She led the league last year in leadoff home runs and is hoping to continue that stretch of dominance this season. Quinn Smoke comes in also leading the league last year. As between Quinn and Jesse, they had the most back-to-back home runs. It should be interesting to see how this power duo functions now. Ozzie Eaton is, of course, our third baseman. It's going to be interesting to see how these three power hitters does. Especially since we have one who's very good at hitting righties, one who's very good at hitting lefties, and someone who seems to get extra pop against lefties. The main problem, though, is, especially after some of the departures, is messing with chemistry a little. Ozzie's throws to first have gotten pretty wild. And especially with a rookie first baseman, this could be a problem. Caitlin Turnip is fourth. She is another amazing power and contact hitter. So she does have trouble with base running, and she's basically been told, do not try to steal. She is also very good at bringing people home, putting her in the perfect spot. Again, though, a pattern we're going to see with quite a bit of this team. Defense is something they have sacrificed. Think of that, the team's only rookie, which people are even shocked that she was called up when there were some pretty good first basemen on the market. But the Icebirds do believe in her. And while her fielding and arm aren't the best, and she isn't fast, she is very good with power, with contact, and if there's no one on, and she's up, and the team's losing, she has started many rallies in the minors. JD Southpaw, of course, comes in, holding the team's third record they had last year, with most steals by a catcher. He is a bunter, he is a sprinter, but most importantly, he is the speed of this team. There are some worries, though, of how he is behind the plate. We will have to see, though, as the season goes on, how he does. Cassandra Barber, of course, we've already talked about it, but she is an amazing defensive player, and you have to feel like that's why she was brought in to this Icebirds team that does lack defense. She's very good against righties, and she's actually surprisingly good at hitting balls that are out of the zone, which of course makes her very good in lineups. Though the big thing is how she left the Hunters. The Hunters, of course, management, her former teammates, and the fan base did not take news well when they found out she had no plans to resign. And they took it even worse when it was announced that she was going to the Icebirds. don't expect a lot of love when the Icebirds and the Hunters face off this year. Steven Rico is the DH this season. And just like the rest of this team has very good contact and very good power. While it is shocking to see a DH in the 8th spot, you have to admit that with the rest of his teammates, it does make sense. Finally, Ivor. He finally has a good defensive partner in Cassandra, for making the middle infield very well defended by the two. In the 8th and 9th inning, Ivor is able to get himself pumped up, and he comes in clutch a ton of the time. He, of course, is he also is loved by the fans for both just how he is. I do feel like him dyeing his beard pink definitely had something to do with the amount of love he's gotten. On the bench, we have the backup catcher, Blue Butters, who has a cannon of an arm, but as we saw in spring training, she does have some trouble sometimes with balls that are a little bit out of where she expects. She has good contact though, and she's good in a pinch with pinch hitting. She's also really good at getting that inside pitch. So when you see her come in, expect pitchers to try and stay to the outside. Shortstop sets the second baseman. Lupin Schwartz, of course, last year he was the team's second baseman, but he is on the bench this year. Most people are expecting him in a couple of games to probably pinch hit for Ivor, though that has never been a popular decision. We'll have to wait and see. But Lupine has been working on coming off the bench, and though he still has a Butterfingers problem, expect in some games for him to come in to try and win it. Next up, we have the center fielder utility player, Ezekiel Flubel. He was acquired in the off-season and mainly seems to be used as a pinch hitter and a utility player. Of course, besides excluding catcher, Ezekiel is able to play every position. So, in tight games, do expect to see him in the 9th inning coming in to play some defense. And then we have Yuve Snow. Yuve was a last-minute signing for this team, and he is pretty good at bat, though, like most of this team, unfortunately, their defense is lacking. I will say, I did have to say that a lot, because it's true. This team does struggle in defense, but their batting and the defense of certain players do carry them to wins. But what's going to even carry them to wins is the returning four. Fans dubbed them the Four Horsemen last season. And while definitely there are some teams with better rotations, it's going to be exciting to see what the four horsemen, I don't know, what they can do this season. Of course, we have returning ace Winston Bullseye. He of course last season was brought in to be the team's ace, and it worked out very well for them. Though his former team in the Undead, rumors have it, still are unhappy with Winston. So that will be a storyline to keep an eye on this season. He is very good at getting ahead, and he can get deep into games. He has a four-seam, a curveball, a slider, screwball, and changeup. Velocity is pretty good, while junk and accuracy are also good. Should be interesting. V Spears comes in for what she has called what she has said, but during training camp, is her final season. V Spears will be retiring at the end of this season. The 36-year-old shocked everyone with this information, especially since according to quite a few fans, they think she still has enough in the tank. But to quote V herself, she wants to go out while she's still good, which is something admirable, I guess. She features four-seam, cutter, curveball, slider, and screwball. And like Winston, she is a workhorse. She can also go deep into games. The main problem she's been having, though, is base runners tend to get a pretty good jump on her for stolen bases. It's always exciting to see a retirement tour, and it's going to be interesting to see how this season goes for V, who once again will be retiring at the end of the season. Carla Knight takes up the third spot. This is her third season in the league, and she has been doing very well for herself. Just like her other two, she is a workhorse. She goes deep into games, and she has an amazing curveball that works pretty well with her cutter, her two-seam, and her changeup. Her velocity may not be the great, but because of the specific fastballs she throws, that hasn't been too much of a problem. It's going to be interesting to see how teams have adjusted to her this season. And finally, the final workhorse of the team. Once again, they are the four workhorses of the apocalypse. Shane Harvey. He features a four-seam slider, fork combo. Velocity ain't that great, but the movement and the accuracy definitely make up for it. At 35 years old, he has said he wants to play another 4 seasons, so we'll have to wait and see how that works out for him. In the bullpen, rarely used long reliever, Beetle Butcher comes in. He's ready to go, though last season he was not used too much. He has a very above average kit of a four-seam curveball changeup with some pretty good stats across the board. Relief pitcher Brick Clay comes in for his sophomore season. He does fall behind, but he does stay composed. His four-seam and slider are very good. Sometimes he struggles with placement, but he has been the team's setup man for most of last year's run, and we are expecting for him to continue being an important piece of this team. Davis Lee, the 45-year-old, one of the oldest players in the Chaos League. What? Reporters, of course, asked Davis after they heard that his teammate was retiring if he planned to retire. Davis said, "Nah, I want to keep going." Which, at 45, is very commendable. And considering he got signed to a 1-year contract by the Icebirds, he still has something left in the tank. He of course, met many people remember when in his 20s he featured 5 pitches and was an amazing starting pitcher. However, Davis now only focuses on 2 pitches, his cutter and his curveball, mainly because according to him, his velocity is very much down. He's consistent, he's composed, he has amazing movement, and he and the catcher tend to know where those pitches are going to end up. It's going to be interesting seeing how the 45-year-old does this season. Huxley Johns. It is, of course, the team's left-handed specialist with a forward-seam cutter curve. His velocity is alright, but the main thing is his junk and accuracy are above average. And again, he gets he's even better when he's facing lefties. And then finally, the team's closer. He's been with the Icebirds for 3 seasons, and it's been working out. We have the volatile Elliot DeGrande. 4-seam slider, changeup. His slider is amazing, but don't sleep on his other 2 pitches because they're just as good. Some experts have called these guys one of the favorites. And while I'm unsure about that, especially with their defense, they're definitely a team you want to keep an eye on. And with some of the storylines surrounding this team, it should be exciting. Next up, we have the Zoo Division. And we start off with the Pandas. Experts have been calling this Pandas team an early favorite coming into this season. They play at Sakura Hills. Sakura Hills, of course, is probably one of the most standard ballparks in the league. You of course have the round walls in the outfield. Wildfowl territories is big. It's not too big. Some people have definitely said there isn't too much of an advantage for either pitchers or batters in Sakura Hills. It's probably one of the most balanced ballparks in the league. Playing in this ballpark are, of course, the Pandas and their roster. Leading off, Waldo Talent. Talent at third base. Left field, Imayoshi. The rookie sensation, Zachary Kane, is the team's starting second center fielder. I can speak, I promise. He is an early favorite to be competing with Ice Damon for Rookie of the Year. People are super excited about this 18-year-old. And while most of the time bringing someone up at 18 is a risk, everyone in the Pandas organization feels like this is the right call. Designated hitter Gigi Zavana is fourth. In right field, Fox McFarland. Vinny Chandler is on first base. Zoe Brown will be playing shortstop. Ivor Armando is the rookie catcher for the team. And then batting ninth, second baseman Jackie Tetson. Having a look at the team. The main problem from last season coming into this is Waldo's throwing. He has had quite a few throwing errors from aiming for both second and first base. You have to hope he's able to keep things on target this season, especially with how good he is at hitting the ball and running. I comes into the season and pretty hot, but she had a pretty good batting average last year. She's also a pretty good power hitter as well when needed, and her fielding and arm aren't that bad. Of course, the team's megastar is, of course, rookie Zachary Kane. Zachary Kane, younger brother of the team's other megastar, Raphael Kane, comes into the season as basically able to play any position you need, but he prefers center. He also is very dangerous when he gets a chance to hit. Quite a few players in high school intentionally walked him because they did not want to get embarrassed. Zachary does have a bit of an ego on him though, and does have a rivalry with Ice Damon. And to quote Zachary, he doesn't think Ice is worth the hype. It'll be interesting to see how those two are when they eventually meet. GJ is the team's main power hitter, and is a very good at hitting homers for a shortstop. She gets even better when facing high end talent on the mound, and she's able to cause a pretty good distraction. Fox McFarland, very good RBI hitter. Main problem he's had is fielding, but he has a very good arm out in right field. Vinny Chandler, there. Good field, great arm. Very good at the bat. Some experts ask why his arm is so good, and he has never told them why. mysteries. The team's actual shortstop is Zoe Brown. People have questioned her method of figuring out if the pitcher is throwing a fastball or an off speed. There have been a ton of calls to ban it, but the commissioner has yet to do anything, so it stays legal, even though it is very questionable. She is, unfortunately, not the best at bringing people in, but she is. But if she gets a chance, she can get on base and potentially have others bring her in for the score run. She has good speed, good contact, and she is a she's a pretty good defensive shortstop as well. Of course, the other team's rookie, the other rookie in the starting nine, and unfortunately for him, someone who hasn't been talked about as much as some think he should. Unfortunately for him, Zachary Kane is on the team, and he's been the main rookie people are talking about. Ivor, though, is pretty good at the bat, and behind the plate, he has stopped a ton of base stealing attempts from opponents in the minors. And finally, the second baseman, Jackie Tedson. And good contact, amazing second baseman defensive-wise. She does struggle when she gets 2 strikes on the board, but her defensive talents are very good, especially if she needs to make a jumping, diving, or sliding catch. On the bench, we had Brady Tailwind. Reports have it that he'll probably come in close games when they bring out certain pitchers who Ivor might struggle with. Tailwind, of course, is an amazing defensive catcher, but his offense does leave something does make people worry. Terry Appleseed is the team's main pinch hitter. He has made his career off of pinch hitting. He has rarely started, but he has in a few places gotten the DH role, but he's actually done worse DHing than he has pinch hitting. It'll be interesting to see how he does this season. Def Twin makes his 3rd appearance with the Pandas. He's alright coming off the bench. He'll mainly come in to face lefties. And his defensive talent is very good. He can play anywhere in the infield and is pretty good defensively. Expect him to come in a few times for Waldo if Waldo continues to have his accuracy problems. However, the main problem is, of course, with Deft is the fact last year, his first appearance, he immediately got hurt. He has been injury prone in his career. Something to keep an eye on. Finally, we have Valeria Velos. Mainly an outfield defensive replacement. Mitch. Mainly taking over defensively for I, from the sounds of it. She is a pretty good utility outfielder who is also good at pinch running. It'll be interesting to see how she does coming off the bench. Next up is pitching. And, of course, we have a last year's Rookie of the Year runner-up, Raphael Kane. 2 years ago, Rookie of the Year runner-up, Raphael Kane. Since since making his first start with the Pandas, he's been a force of nature. Last year's pitcher of the year, people expected him and rookie Ice Damon to have the problems, but of course it's been his cocky brother Zachary that have been taking up the headlines with that rivalry. Raphael is a workhorse with an elite four-seam, which is of course complemented by his curveball, slider, and changeup. He also has his two-seam that he just developed last season. All in all, he's still working to get better, and it's definitely giving fans something to be excited about. Maddox Muscles is the second pitcher in this rotation. He signed a one-year veteran deal with the team. He does have trouble getting strikeouts, but he has a very good slider, and he is pretty decent at getting the ground ball or a pop-up. It'll be interesting to see how he does, especially with a pretty damn good defense behind him. Xavier Digglers is third. He does have his problems. Of course, 2 seasons ago he had to go under the knife for Tommy John, and he is pretty injury prone, and he does fall behind. At 37, especially with a Tommy John surgery recently, people do wonder how much longer Xavier has. But he is hoping to give his team a chance to win every game. With his two-seam, curveball, screwball, changeup, he'll be playing into this team's defense quite a bit with some ground balls. Tate Yagu is the final member of this rotation. He has an elite curveball, which he does set up pretty well with his four-seam. He also has a two-seam, a cutter, and a changeup. The main problem he's been running into is accuracy. And you have to wonder how good is he going to do with a rookie catcher behind the plate. In the bullpen, we have Doug Tamel. He tends to be the team's long reliever, though his velocity and movement on his 3 pitches aren't the best. He also sometimes, not often, but sometimes, does struggle with accuracy. Again though, you have to remember with some of these bullpen arms, they do have Tailwind, who usually is probably going to be brought in to catch for some of these bullpen arms, especially Octavia Centercut. She is amazing at stopping rallies, especially when there are multiple people on base. Her velocity and movement on her 4 pitches is out of this world. Though her accuracy has not been the best, she is a force to be reckoned with. Casper Webb. Again, accuracy may not be the best, but he's good at getting the strikeout, and the movement on his cutter and curveball are top notch. And, repeating myself again, Cassandra Bacon. Accuracy, not the best. But her 4-seam, 2-seam changeup is pretty good. She's also a very defensive pitcher, relief pitcher. And she looked great in the minors. Of course, this being her rookie season. And finally, closing pitcher in his sophomore season, Luther Damon. No relation to Ice. Last year as the team's closer in his rookie season, he had a very good season. He works best against righties, though while he does have some problems getting crossed up with his catcher, Brady Tailwind again should work fine with him. It'll be interesting to see if they bring Luther and Tailwind in at the same time. His 4-seam fork last year was very good, and it will be interesting to see how that goes. All in all, like I said, the Pandas have been called the team to beat. It will be interesting to see how this season is for them. Continuing on in the Zoo division, we have the Headbutts. Headbutts, of course, being one of the newer teams to the league. Just being in the league for about 4 seasons. They're hoping to finally put together a playoff run this year. They play in Red Rock Park. Red Rock Park, of course, it is one of the weirder ballparks to play in. Teams have said. Of course, you have the 13-foot wall along left field that turns at a wide angle, but then it goes down. But then it turns again into a 6-foot wall, which then kind of has a weird protrusion into the 13-foot wall at the deepest point at 418. That one goes down to a 6-foot wall, another 6-foot wall along right field. Definitely one of the weirder fences in the game. It'll be interesting to see how teams navigate that. Including the team's roster. We have Daisy Yellow leading off, who has been with who was one of the players picked by them in the expansion draft. Following her is Babe Despot on third base. Navy Felix at third, followed by Aaron Everdale at first. Cat Barnstormer there picks things up, batting fifth and playing DH. Batting sixth is Alberto Kirk. Seventh is right fielder Chelsea D. Batting eighth is catcher Earl Watkins. And finally, batting ninth, shortstop Trisha Gale. Starting with Daisy, she's very good at hitting off-speed pitches and is very good at making diving or jumping catches. Especially with this outfield, she has made some shocking robberies of home runs. Be interesting to see how she does this year. Pretty good contact. Low speed is all right. There are fans who aren't the biggest fan of her being the leadoff batter, though. quite a few fans would rather Babe Despot to be the team's leadoff. Defensively, she's alright at third base. But her main power comes in her bat. Especially if you put a lefty up against her. That ball is as good as gone. She's coming in hoping to make some magic for the team. Navy Felix, the second baseman, comes in for his rookie season in the third spot. A pretty good power hitting second baseman whose defensive abilities are also pretty damn good. He loves playing mind games with the pitcher when he's facing them, and he really gets under the skin of other teams' aces. He also tends to really get into the minds of the elite closers and elite bullpen arms, so that's something to keep an eye on. Aaron Everdale. He does destroy the first pitch a lot of the time, and he can really get some good power. Only problem is, he is so slow after he hits the ball. He has had a lot of trouble outrunning balls hit to third base. Even pitches that seemed like errors ended up with him out, so he has to be careful of that this season. Kat Barnstorm is of course the team's designated hitter. The main story has been, of course, she's not good in the field, hence why she's been given the designated hitter spot. But the other story is, of course, the Headbutts fan base have been clamoring to have Kat Barnstormer as the leadoff batter of the team. They feel like she is a better fit to do that. So I, of course, ask you viewers, what do you think? Do you think that Kat Barnstormer should be leadoff? Or do you think the management knows what they're doing putting her in at fifth? The left fielder Alberto Kirk comes in for his new team. He, of course, has had some troubles in left field with diving catches, which could be a problem. But his best ball comes in the 8th and 9th inning. People say he is an above-average player, a real B player. So it will be interesting to see what this 25-year-old brings with his new team. Chelsea D is next. She's not very good fielding, but she has a cannon of an arm. She also has a cannon of a bat. Though that doesn't really matter when she gets 2 strikes on her, as she has panicked quite a bit and has struck out swinging a ton of times. After sitting on the bench last season as the backup catcher, Earl Watkins comes in as the starting catcher for the Headbutts this season. Earl, of course, rounding bases aren't that fast. Hits that should have been doubles are usually singles for him, just because rounding bases is not his strong spot. But he will get on base for you. He's very good at getting on base. He also is pretty good behind the plate, and his arm is nothing to sneeze at. Definitely should not sneeze at arms. Trissa Dale is batting 9th. one of the fastest players in the league. She is great at stealing, great at running, very good defensively. Only problem is she does struggle at getting hits. But if she can get on base, she can be a real headache to the other team's pitcher. Funny enough, we have another rookie catcher. We have a rookie catcher for this team in Bad Hop Kent. Just like the starting pitcher, the starting catcher, Earl Watkins. Bad Hop is seemingly sitting on the bench this year, learning. Though he will probably come in as a defensive replacement, the main problem he's had in the minors at least is pressure does get to him. He needs to be careful of that. Utility player Fawn Sawhorse. There's great pinch runner, good contact. Is also pretty good at pinch hitting, and she is pretty good at defending as well. That's what you look for in a bench player. The backup shortstop, Guy Baring. He has amazing contact and amazing speed. He cannot hit a home run to save his own life, though. That is a problem. He has no power. He relies a lot on his speed. And his arm is not that strong either, so. Finally, we have R.C. Wood coming in for a rookie season. 18 years old. He is amazing at hitting home runs. The problem is, though, he struggles with making contact. If he can make the contact, and there's someone on second, that ball's probably gone. But you really want him to hit a home run. That's pretty much what he's good for. His arm isn't as good as Dee, but he is a better fielder than her, so he may see some playing time. Next up, we get to the rotation. We have right-handed specialist Fist Bear. He is very good against righties. His velocity is off the chart. He also has good movement, good accuracy. He has a 4-seam, a 2-seam, a screwball, and a changeup. The big problem with Fist, though, is he does struggle at getting the strikeout. It's going to be something to keep an eye on this season if he's able to. 35-year-old Shiny Twin is second up in the rotation. He's very good at getting ahead, but he is prone to meltdowns. Have to keep an eye on him. Oh, fuck no. Have to keep an eye on him during when he is having those when people keep getting hits off of him. Sorry about that. Back to Shiny Twin. He has very good velocity and movement with his pitches. Problem though, of course, like I brought up earlier, he does tend to sometimes melt down if things get bad. It'll be interesting to see how he does this season. Bunny Love is their third pitcher. She's very good at picking off stealers, at people trying to steal base, which is good because she does panic sometimes when there are multiple people on base. Something to keep an eye on. She doesn't have the best velocity, but all 5 of her pitches do move a lot. Her two-seam fastball, her curveball, slider, screwball, and changeup have great movement. And her accuracy is not that bad. Wayne Deep has a great slider. Her four-seam and fork are kind of average, but he does tend to carry himself with that slider. Though if you're expecting slider and you get one of the other 2 pitches, that could be enough to strike you out, so gotta be careful. After that, we have the bullpen. Caesar Von Wolf is the long reliever. With a 4-seam curveball, slider, screwball, he can be pretty good on the mound. He also is above average in his speed, ball movement, and accuracy. Always a decent option to go to in case of emergency. Of course, his velocity, like I said, is pretty good. After that, rookie is another rookie, Joe Jones. Joe Jones has an amazing 4-seam. His accuracy is questionable, but he mainly uses a 4-seam and a changeup. He should, unlike a couple of other bullpen rookies, he should see quite a bit of playing time in critical situations. We also have Lacey Everbright. Her cutter, her curveball, and her slider have great movement. The main problem is accuracy. There are definitely times where the location is anyone's guess. And also, she doesn't have the best speed on her pitches. So it could be something to keep an eye on. Blade, of course, started off as a starting pitcher, but he was not doing very good there. People thought he would be cut from the league entirely, but then the headbutts came and gave him another shot as a closer. Since getting the closer, Blade has shown that he was meant to be a closer and has been one of the best closers in the league. He features a four-seam, curveball, and screwball. His curveball and screwball both have amazing movement. He places them very well, and they're complemented with how fast he can throw the four-seam. His screwball is definitely elite. And in the 8th and 9th inning, when he's mostly needed, he can really get himself pumped up. It will be exciting to see what this starter turned closer can do. And that's the headbutts. They've definitely improved since their disaster of a first season 4 seasons ago. Alright, I guess this is the 4th, so that would be 3 seasons ago. But after that, they have slowly been chipping away, help developing some talent, and bringing others in. Pieces like Aaron and Kat should be good for the team. Only time will tell if it can make a true difference. All right. So, finally, we have the Arctics. They play at the Binghamton Bowl. The Binghamton Bowl. It is similar to Soccer Field, but it does have a few differences. Of course, we have the ridiculously huge foul territory. But we have the low walls that come up into this, the higher up walls. Deepest point is 419, shallowest point is 326. This is there are spots where batters will succeed. There are spots where pitchers will have the advantage. It'll be very interesting to see how the Arctics are in this stadium. We have the starting 9. Oscar Chuck Roast. Colton Connor. Oscar is right field. Colton Connor, catcher. And at first base, T.D. McDonald. Designated hitter, Earl Butterburger. At shortstop, Carl Woolmate. Batting 6th, left field, Alina Flail. Ember Flowers in the center field. Frederick Albright on third base, batting 8th. And Jace Ray batting 9th. second base. Now, the main confusion with this team has come with people wondering why Jace is not higher in the lineup. His bat is very good, but the team has decided they want Oscar to lead off, and they have 8 people ahead of him. Does confuse people. Another talking point. Earl Butterburger is one of the team's pitchers, but due to his amazing power and contact, is also the team's designated hitter. But let's get into the team. Oscar Chuck Roast leads off. He's able to get information in questionable ways, but as it's been brought up before, the league has not banned these methods, so Oscar continues with what he's doing. Also, whenever he gets a 2-0 count, he tends to really try to send the ball to outer space. Whenever he can afford to, really. 2-0, 3-0, 3-1, Oscar will take that big swing and try to put the ball out of here. Catcher Colton Connor has had some questions coming into this season. There have been a few Arctic fans who really wanted the team to try and get a better defensive catcher, which they actually did. Unfortunate, but the team really values Colton's power and his ability to hit the ball. So they've made the decision to leave him in. This does worry the fans, of course. So we'll have to see how that works out. He's very good at driving outside pitches into the stands. So we'll have to see how many souvenirs he can give fans. That might distract from some of the errors we're expecting from him this season. First base, we have T.D. McDonald, who is also not too good at fielding, and in the minors has had his fair share of errors. Of course, TD in his rookie season has great power, has pretty good speed, and good connect, but the main question marks are on his fielding ability. Next up, we go to starting pitcher Earl Butterburger. His pitching is pretty alright. He's also good at collecting strikeouts. But his huge benefit to his team has always been his ability to absolutely crush baseballs. He may not be that fast, but speed doesn't matter if the ball leaves the stadium. Direct quote from Earl there. It'll be interesting to see how the switch hitter does this season. And how he does pitching as well. Carl Woolmate is all around a very, very good player and tends to be the defensive heartbeat of this team. He's also not too shabby with the bat. But the main problem that people have with him is he is not the fastest after he gets a hit. For someone who natively has very good speed, the amount of times he's been thrown out at first after getting a hit has angered fans. Calls of laziness have come for Carl, which Carl has apparently been ignoring. It'll be interesting to see how this goes. Alina Flail starts her rookie season with the Arctics. She has great speed and great power. She does rely on hitting high pitches and the first pitch, but for a right fielder, her fielding isn't too bad. Her arm is good, and she can still at times get the job done, which is what the team asks for. It'll be interesting to see how her rookie season goes. Another player with great speed, great power, questionable contact hitting is the center fielder, Ember Flowers. Though the main problem fans have had with her in the minors as she comes for her rookie season is, of course, for a center fielder, anyways, Ember is entering her rookie season, and fans are expecting good things from her bat, but her fielding does worry fans. Veteran of the team, Frederick Albright, is in the 8th spot, and he is very good contact, and he's a good contact speed guy, but a problem with this team is while he is a consistent player, he does tend to end up with quite a few wild throws. Something to be on the lookout for with this guy. And finally, Jace Ray. Pretty damn good defensive second baseman. He is also very good with diving plays and can recover from those quite nicely. His speed is great. So, what some fans are thinking that the Arctics are going for is Jace to kind of act as a second leadoff with Oscar. Though we'll have to wait and see how that goes. Backup catcher is 32-year-old Brock Evergreen. Of course, he was brought in the off season to be the defensive a defensive catcher. His batting and contact aren't too bad, and fans have actually wanted him to start over Connor. Mainly because they are worried that Colton's inconsistency behind the plate is going to cost them games. We'll have to see what happens, and there might be a chance that Brock eventually gets the starting spot. Don Erickson, and another rookie for the team, comes into the season with some problems fielding. She is the third baseman at heart, but her fielding leaves a lot of questions. Though her batting is great. Expect to see her pinch hit in a few situations. Meanwhile, we have utility player Malaysia Vortex, Vortex has been with the team for a while, and she is mainly used as a pinch runner or a defensive replacement. Luckily, she is a very good utility player and can pretty much play anywhere in the diamond, which this team does need at times. So we'll have to see how it goes. High pitch hitter, base stealer extraordinaire, Nickel Doozy Shine, and is also on the bench. This is his third season, though he has yet to be at the start. So you have to wonder if that's starting to weigh on his mind. His fielding, though, might be what's holding him back. The rumors have it he has not been focusing on his fielding. He has been focusing on his batting and speed. He's very good at getting the high pitch and stealing bases. But again, you have to think, if he's able to improve his fielding ability, he might start, if not for the Arctics, but for another team. Finally, we have D Nutmeg. 29 years old. He is a center fielder, outfielder. He is an alright batter. He is pretty good at fielding, though his arm throwing back in is not the best. He is also really good at hitting balls outside of the zone. It'll be interesting to see where D Nutmeg comes in. Finally, we get to the other three pitchers. Because a reminder, Earl is one of the pitchers. So we have Blossom Blue, the team's ace. She is an amazing pitcher. She tends to get ahead more often than not, getting that first pitch strike, either by the pitcher or either by the batter looking or swinging. She has an elite 4-seam, but her 2-seam fastball is also pretty good. Her slider change-up complete the rotation of pitches, leaving her at a very good spot. Someone definitely keep an eye on as the season goes. After that, we have Carlito Garcia Parra. Fortunately for him, he does have trouble when multiple people get on base, and he's prone to meltdowns. His velocity is good, though, and his slider and forkball can keep pitchers guessing, which can keep him out of the trouble situations that causes the meltdowns. Finally, we have Adeline Orr. She does have a problem with pressure, and she does have problems with the strikeout. Her accuracy's pretty good, though movement on her secondary pitches tends to lack, and her velocity is not where some people may want it to be. She's hoping to have a breakout season, though at 32 you have to wonder how many more tries is she going to get to break out. In the bullpen, we have the very composed Caesar Deaconess. Caesar Deaconess. He keeps himself composed, and he has pretty good movement. Though, again, he does struggle with speed. Something to keep an eye on is he has also made some mistakes with his four seam that have led to the ball leaving the ballpark. Franklin Donaldson. And while his speed is not up there, he's actually pretty good, especially against lefties, which does shock people considering this is a right-handed pitcher. He uses a cutter and a curveball, which both have good movement. There are times when they are off mark, but as long as he can avoid the middle of the strike zone, he tends to do alright. Archie Fry. Despite being a left-handed pitcher, he is actually the team's righty specialist. He has good velocity, great movement on his two-seam slider. You do have to worry sometimes about his accuracy, and especially with Colton behind the plate, people do worry. Especially if Jake comes out, that'll make people worry even more. He's good at stopping rallies. His two-seam and curveball have good movement, but people want more speed on his four-seam. We'll have to see how he does. Finally, the team's closer is August Bass. 38 years old, her best days are behind her, but she's still pitching well enough to get a job as the Arctic's closer. Her four-seam has good speed, and her changeup has a good drop on it. Her accuracy is nothing to sneeze at either. Though, she does have trouble if she's unable to get the strikeout. She does not like it when she has people on base. It'll be interesting for sure to see how this season goes for her. And that is the Arctics. Compared to the rest of the Zoo division, the Arctics are definitely the underdogs. It will be interesting for sure to see if the Arctics are able to surprise people with a few wins this season. So that's the Zoo division out of the way. When we come back, we will break down the Riverbank division and start in the Kingdom Conference with the Castle division. Stay tuned. The following train wreck is brought to you by Tricks Treats. Going on adventures, taking people's souls, and turning people into trinkets. VWF, the VTuber Wrestling Federation, run by Lord Houdini. Next event. Next event is this Wednesday on Lord Houdini's channel. PK Ninja, the awesome person who made my goddamn model. And the VTuber Pokemon Random Battle Tournament presented by Bacon Pierogi. Other considerations are because of viewers like you who let me do this crazy shit. Welcome back to 100.666 AM Gray Sports Radio with your host, Great Man in Gray and Yellow. Welcome back viewers. When last we left off, we finished the Zoo Division. Next, we are now going to finish up the Animal Conference and go over maybe some other storylines after we're done that we may have missed. We will also be tackling the Castle Division during the segment. So, the first thing, though, as we go into the Riverbank Division, is the Whispers. The Whispers are, of course, one of the more controversial teams in the league. They are not very well liked by quite a few other teams, and they have actually built up quite a few rivalries. They, of course, them and the Scarlets do not like each other at all. But the Whispers also have butted heads with the Arctics recently. When the Arctics team owner called the Whispers owner slimy. And the Whispers responded by calling the Arctics a poverty franchise. Things could get ugly, but there's only one way to find out, and that is play the games. And another team that has had problems with the Whispers are, of course, the Guardians. So the Whispers are very good at making enemies. But the question is, are they going to be able to back up that mouth this season? So we go into it. And they, of course, are. And of course, they are one of the teams home who's called Parkway Jardinero, their home stadium. First try, don't at me. So, This is definitely one of the more interesting ballparks I find. The deepest point is 228, and that is actually, there are 2 points that are 228 deep. There, the wall is not high, but the wall has a significant drop in center field. Giving some batters who normally may not get home runs a small window there where they may. Other than that, they have a pretty decently sized foul territory. And yeah, it's definitely a pretty damn interesting ballpark, if you ask me. And that is why we all tuned in. Coming in for his sophomore season and leading off, we have Daddy Thrustmaster. He is also the catcher. Xander Cobbs is batting second and playing third base. Entering her fourth season is elite second baseman. Is elite player Lynn Powerslide. Shocking to fans, this season they have actually moved Lynn from her natural position of center field to second base. There are definitely concerns about them doing this, but according to Whisper's owner, we're all worrying over nothing. Everything will be fine. We will have to see how this normal center fielder with a cannon arm does in a position that is secondary. Designated hitter is Beavis Butts. Left fielder is Gabe York. The brother-sister duo of Colt Underwood at shortstop and Jem Underwood at first base take up the 6th and 7th spot. Monty Curley is batting 8th, and batting 9th is Carly Crowds. Let's go over each player who is starting in better detail. Starting, of course, with the team's catcher, Daddy Thrustmaster. Anything gets quoted, it's going to be this section. God damn it. So Daddy is a very good Thrustmaster is a very good contact hitter with pretty good speed. And his fielding behind the plate and his arm aren't too bad. But where he really shines is mind games. Pitchers do struggle when facing him because he is a very good trash talker. And his name is fucking Daddy Thrustmaster. He also tends to be a pretty big distraction when he's on first or second base. All in all, pretty good guy to lead off. Xander Cobbs is batting second. Pretty damn good contact hitter with some power. He's also alright at fielding, and his arm is alright. He has a pretty good He has pretty good contact against right-handed pitchers. Main problem is he already isn't the fastest player on the field. And whenever he does get a hit, he is very slow coming out of the box. He is, however, a very good switch hitter for the team. Of course, playing second base this season is Lynn Powerslide. Lynn is one of the brightest players in this game, and she is an amazing center fielder. Honestly, people thought that Zachary and her were going to have a battle for who was the best center fielder, but the Whispers have moved her to second base. This has confused people, and we are going to have to wait and see how this season goes for her. However, her power and contact are off the charts. She's great at hitting fastballs, and she has a cannon for an arm. It's going to be, once again, another exciting season watching Powerslide. Beavis Butts. That's the right fielder is taking up designated hitter duties. It is a little shocking because he's not too bad at fielding and his arm isn't too bad, but the team has decided that him and his mind games are best suited as the designated hitter. If he makes contact with the ball, that ball is going flying. Beavis also does have the ability as well to go flying himself with his speed. Gabe York is batting fifth. He struggles with when he has people in scoring position, but he has made a ton of spectacular catches over his career. At 37 years old, he still has a bit left in the tank, according to him. We'll have to see if this is his last season or if he wants to keep going. Colt Underwood is the team's shortstop. He has been an extremely cocky shortstop and has made his fair share of enemies. Of course, we will go over that later, but what you do need to know, defensively, he's fantastic. He is fast, and he makes contact quite a bit. There is always the argument of who should lead off, Daddy Thrustmaster or Colt Underwood. I can see the value in both of them. But the Whispers have decided to go with Colt this season, and we'll have to wait and see what happens. Jem Underwood, his sister, is the team's first baseman. There are concerns with her fielding, but she does have a cannon for an arm, and she is a very good power hitter. She does sometimes struggle to make contact, but in the 8th and 9th inning, she really gets going, and she is very good at hitting those bad pitches that are either off the plate or too high. She is always a threat to be. She's always a dangerous bat, and you have to take her serious. Entering his rookie season is Monty Curley. He will be starting in right field for the team. Of course, last year, Beavis was the team's starting right fielder, but with Monty, the team feels like this is the better option. There is concern from the fan base, though. He does tend to have a wild throw at times, but with his contact and him still being a pretty damn good fielder, teams are willing to let that go and hope for the best. Finally, another player who's not playing her natural position is Carly Crowds. She's a great defender, and they really wanted her to defend this season. While her contact may not be perfect, she's very good at distracting pitchers when she gets on base, and she's very good at stealing. Her defense is also very good. Of course, like I said, the fact that she's taking over for Lynn in center field is something that fans definitely have feelings about. But we'll have to wait and see how this goes for her. Daddy Thrustmaster's mentor, the backup catcher, Luca Bachman. In his prime, he started his career in his prime for the Whispers. He then bounced around the league for quite a few, until the team called up Daddy Thrustmaster to be their starting catcher. Luca returned home, as some people say, and has been mentoring the Thrustmaster for years. This is, of course, Luca's final season, and Daddy has gone on record to say he is hoping that the team can get Luca a ring before he retires. At 41 years old, his batting is not what it used to be, but he's still great at fielding, and he has a tremendous arm. But something else to keep in mind with Luca. He is 5 hits away from being the Whispers' all-time leader in hits. Which is something to keep an eye on. He does struggle nowadays to make contact, but like I said, he just needs 5 more hits. Of course, with Thrustmaster's ability to get hits, I don't know how many chances Luca will get to play, but this season we could see history made, depending on how things go. However, only thing Whisper fans really want is to get the team's old catcher a ring with them before he does enter retirement. Also on the bench, the third baseman, Chip Blacksmith. He will be playing a backup role this year, especially for third base. He is, of course, the player that Lynn Powerslide will be replacing as starting second baseman. Of course, with his fielding and his arm, fans are pretty sure the only reason he's lost his starting job is because his bat is not that great. He does get going in the 8th and 9th inning, and he can make magic happen in the infield. But of course, we'll have to wait and see how things go. Most likely, he will be seeing more playing time in third base than second. Frank Dyer, another veteran player. He's been bouncing around the league these last few seasons. He's been mainly a pinch hitter, which he has been excelling at. He is, though, starting to get up there in age, so it will be interesting to see if this is his last season. Of course, he has not announced anything, So all we have is speculation. Willow Arceus is the team. It is a very good utility player who mainly does defense. She mainly does defense, and she's mainly a pinch runner. However, from time to time, she has come in to start a rally and has actually succeeded. Of course, everyone was confused last season when she was brought up at 19-year-old. Some fans definitely feel like Willow needed at least one more season in the minors, but she's here now, and we'll get to see what she can do. Going to the team's bullpen, and surprisingly, we have Sari Bar, who, for those who don't know, has been in the Whispers minor league system for a very long time. She is finally getting her first season with the team, and what's shocking most people is her first season getting called up. She's actually the team's ace. However, the fact that they have a rookie who has been struggling to make the majors as their ace, and some other stuff. The Whispers are considered to have one of the weaker bullpen rotations, but she does not get flustered. She's good. She is pretty good at stopping the rally, and her slider has gotten people. She may not have the best movement on her changeup or forkball, but she does rely a lot on her four seam and slider. We'll have to see how that goes for the rookie. Speaking of rookies, being brought up at 18 years old, some fans are concerned. September Briggs comes into season with a four seam, a two seam, curveball, a slider, and a screwball. A great movement, but low velocity. However, she does keep herself composed, and when there's a strikeout opportunity, she gets a little more boost in her pitch. Hudson Bay, who has been with the team for 3 seasons, though the Whispers are not his draft team. Of course, he's been in the league for 4 seasons, and surprisingly to a lot of people, he was actually dropped by his draft team, the Norsemen, when he was a rookie. He's been with the Whispers ever since. Something to keep in mind as the season goes on. With that, see if he gets a little more mustard when he goes up against his old team. Speaking of mustard, while his velocity is amazing on all of his pitches, unfortunately, a lot of his pitches don't have enough. Some people say some of his pitches don't have enough movement, and his accuracy is not good, especially with his four seam. There have been problems in the past. You have to think that this is Hudson's last chance with his team to permanently stay. Because there are rumors that if Hudson doesn't have a good season, he may end up getting dropped in the offseason. And it is unknown if any other team is going to take a risk on, or is going to take a shot at him. Finally, Eugene Allmeyer. It's still a mystery to Whisper fans how Eugene found his way onto the team. He had an all-time horrible season last year, where people were basically having batting practice off of his slider. If he's able to make it to the 8th and 9th inning, in the past he has pitched very well deep into games. However, he is well past his prime. His velocity is very down. His slider's not moving like it used to. He's just struggling to place his pitches. People are definitely concerned about Eugene this season. Lloyd Radical has earned the team's long reliever role, it seems. It's hard to really say anything about him. He does get a boost, it feels like, when he makes it to the 8th and 9th, but I would say he's kind of just a C-plus player. Again, the problem that Whisper fans have had coming into the season is the team's pitching. And some fans feel like they have not done enough to improve things. The team's left-handed specialist, Wanda Di Ladogo, is one of the better bullpen arms. Even then, her velocity and accuracy are both average. Her movement is above average, and her curveball is pretty good. Though as a put-away pitch, you can't rely on it too much. DJ Moody has, of course, been from team to team. He has been on the most teams out of pretty much any player in the league. He is the team's right-handed specialist, and he is good at getting strikeouts. He has good velocity on his four-seam. And of course, his curveball and slider are pretty fast too. Problem is, they don't quite move as much as you would hope, and his accuracy leaves something to be desired. Michael Mason is here. He is a volatile pitcher, so that does concern fans. He has a pretty good four-seam, but his fork doesn't fall quite as much as you would hope. Accuracy is kind of below average, and he is injury-prone, so that's something to be careful of. And finally, something that fans are also concerned about. Right-handed specialist, Brent Freeman. He is a rookie. And unlike some other rookie pitchers we have seen so far, he has been having some trouble as of in the minors. But they still called him up, and he still earned his role as the team's closer. Main problem is he does sometimes have a walking issue where he does tend to walk players, which could be a concern. His velocity and movement are average. His accuracy is just above average. And he uses a four seam and screwball. So, the offense and defense on the offense and defense on this team are pretty good. Of course, you do have some concerns in power. However, what does have a chance to lose the team games is their pitching, which is a huge sore spot for the team. We're going to have to see how they do this season. Next up, we have the Yellowfins, who play in Emerald Diamond. Emerald Diamond is an interesting ballpark. Of course, you have the 29 down to 22, down to 15, down to 11 in left field, and then the rest of the wall stays at this length. The deepest part, 114, are the corner, and due to the curvature, the infield wall is technically a little more in than the corners. There's definitely some areas where the batters can make some magic, and there are some spots that can become triples as well. It'll be interesting to see how this team plays in their ballpark. Starting catcher leading off is Ethan Pope, followed by Thrash Kane. Tex Holcorn is right fielder and batting third. Batting fourth, and the designated hitter, Nick Samplemore. Fifth, left field, Vienna Yort. Ellie Dabb is the center fielder and is batting sixth. Smokey Mustard is here to put some smoke on his mustard. He will be the shortstop, batting seventh. First baseman Zooey Armstrong is batting eighth. And batting ninth is third baseman Chelsea Cantrell. Starting off with the catcher, 28-year-old Ethan Pope. He has been starting catcher for a couple of seasons. He has good contact, but his speed and power leave something to be desired. His real talent, though, comes behind the dish. Very good at throwing out runners who are trying to steal on him. And he does a very good job at controlling the ball behind the plate. Next up is Thrash Kane, who is the team's second baseman. Very good player. Specializes in getting good power hits, which makes him a good complement to Ethan. He's also pretty damn fast. Some people have been hoping that his... Well, I should actually rephrase that. At 39 years old, the fact that he's still able to do what he does is impressive. Thrash, of course, has said he wants to play to at least 41, so he has a couple more seasons left in him. His fielding is still as good as it has ever been. His arm is good. And what's shocking to everyone, is it feels like he's become a better power hitter. I guess he's like a fine wine, you know? As he's gotten older, he's actually gotten better and better at hitting home runs. Very interesting. And actually pretty impressive, especially for a second baseman. Batting third is 33-year-old Tex Holcorn. She is the team's right fielder. She does have trouble out of the box, but her specialty comes against talented pitchers. She has good power, good contact, good speed. She's all around a pretty good player, but she becomes elite when she goes against the top pitchers in the league. Designated hitter duties goes to the team's goes to one of the two rookies on this team. Nick Samplemore, of course, has pretty much become an everyday designated hitter. He did play some first base, but as things have gone on, he has basically been told, you're playing designated hitter and designated hitter only. He has basically taken this and become one of the best batters in the league. Or at least in the minors. Leading the minors in so many stats categories last year. And what people thought was going to be a 4 to 5 year climb for him, he immediately climbed up the ranks last year and is ready to make his debut with the team. Batting fifth is the first pitch slayer of the team, Vienna Yort. She loves getting that first pitch, but the main problem she's had is she may rely too much on getting a first pitch hit. It will be interesting to see how things go. However, another thing she brings to the table is her defensive prowess in left field. The center fielder and amazing defender is Eli Dabb. Now, the problem she's had her entire career is she has struggled greatly in situations where she can get an RBI. It has been a plague for her entire playing career. But teammates still love her for a multitude of reasons. Smokey Mustard is batting seventh. He is a consistent player, very good defensive shortstop, has crazy speed, great power, but barely below average batting ability or contact. Something to watch out for, of course, with him is the strikeouts, as he has led the league in 2 different seasons in strikeouts. He has improved since those 2 seasons, but by how much, we have yet to see. Zuri Armstrong is the team's first baseman this season. Of course, they got him in free agency. The 31-year-old still feels like he has so much left in the tank, and I believe him. He may not be a power hitter, But he has fantastic contact, he has great speed, and an amazing arm. The main thing, though, is even though he's a natural first baseman, they're putting him and his cannon arm on first base. Interesting call, but he is he is an amazing utility player. So we'll have to see how that goes. Chelsea Cantrell will be batting ninth and will be playing third base. She has a cannon arm and has gotten a ton of plays out from third to first. She has decent enough power and contact, and her speed is good. The main problem she's run into is that in high pressure situations, she panics a lot. We'll have to see how she holds up this season, as the Yellowfins are hoping to make a run for the championship. They want one of those 8 spots in the animal division. Backup catcher Hannah Whittaker came here in free agency. Not expecting to see a lot of playing time, but you definitely could have worse options as your backup catcher. Yeah, and next up is Daphne Shepard. She specializes in getting good bunts and running. Don't know how much playing time she's going to see. Following her, of course, is Zayden Ziegler. Fantastic power, and in RBI situations, he's more likely to get hits. Main problem is he has a bit of a butterfingers problem whenever he actually gets on the field for defense. Something to look out for. Ed Edmonds ends his last up as center field or outfield. Very fast player, but average fielding, average arm. He's mainly here to be a pinch runner, as he is amazing at stealing. But he does play mind games too. He does play mind games whenever he gets up to bat. The team's longtime pitcher, he has been the team's ace for 10 years. 38-year-old RJ Blackburn. Great velocity, great movement, great accuracy. He is actually a fantastic fielder too, when needed. His screwball is great. He has a workhorse mentality. And his other 3 pitches, his four-seam, curveball, and changeup, are all still great. It is always exciting to see the veteran make the field. Second in the rotation is Dion Wonderfloss, entering his 2nd season. He is a very, very good strikeout getting starting pitcher. He likes to get ahead, and he likes to strike you out. I've heard from Dion himself that he aims for 8 strikeouts a game, which is actually something very impressive. His velocity may not be above average, but his movement and accuracy are good. And of course, he seems to get even better at aiming when it's 0-0. And altogether, his pitches are better when it's time to get that strikeout. The young sophomore has a lot to prove, and he's ready to prove that he's one of the best. Entering his first season with the Yellowfin is Lee Choi. Now, Lee actually has a bit of beef with the ace of his former team, the Pandas. This Raphael Kane, he has beef with. So, for those who don't know, the reason Lee found his way to the Yellowfins is because the team decided they didn't really need him anymore with how Raphael Kane was pitching. Lee personally feels that Raphael did not like him. Raphael has refused to talk about his former teammate, so there is definitely some beef between the two. Lee is a workhorse and he has a great four seam. His cutter, slider, and changeup are all right as well. Finally, pitching fourth in the rotation, 19-year-old rookie Dina Crawford. Entering her first season, she has always been a pitcher with a great slider and loves to try and get that strikeout. She may have to change up her old approach, which was use the slider to get 2 strikes and then use one of her 4 other pitches to finish the job. Even though she probably won't be able to rely on that because most teams will have it scouted. It'll be interesting to see what adjustments Dina makes for this season. Valentina Salmond enters as the team's long reliever or emergency starting pitcher. She has an amazing forkball, which complements her high-speed four-seam. Main problem is, slider doesn't have much movement, and accuracy could be better. It'll be interesting to see how she does. Now, this team does not now. The Yellowfins, for the longest time, have not used a closer. Most likely, it will be closer by committee between Dimples Blankenship and Andrew Cannon. Dimples is, of course, a specialist at dealing with right-handed batters. He's also very good at getting the strikeout. His accuracy may not be perfect, but his movement on his changeup curveball, plus the velocity on the four seam and curveball, more than enough to get the strikeouts he needs. Andrew Cannon, on the other hand, has tried to earn his fair share of closing opportunities, but the main problem they've had is he does tend to have meltdowns if things don't go right for him. Not too much of a worry if he can get the strikeouts, though. And with his cutter, slider, changeup, he's more than capable to get the 3 outs he needs, especially with that cutter. Other bullpen arms include Clyde Deals, whose accuracy and movement make up for his four seams not so good speed. The curveball curves very nicely. He keeps himself composed, and if needed, he can come in clutch when needed. At 40 years old, it's still impressive to see him pitch like that. And second-year pitcher, Yil Hill. Unlike Clyde, Yil does struggle when the pressure is on. Yill is mostly used in low stress situations. And he does have an alright changeup, but he does struggle. Don't expect to see much of Yill, as his other three in the bullpen do overshadow. Just like the Whispers, the Yellowfins are aiming for a championship run. We'll have to see how this 42 game season goes for the Yellowfins. Following them, we have the Slickbacks playing at Swagger Center. Now, Swagger Center. Very interesting design to the ballpark. We, of course, have the jagged edge of left field. We have the little curve in right field. The wall is very high along the right field side. Meanwhile, left center, and a little bit of center field have a pretty damn low wall at 10 feet. But there still is that 32 spot. The deepest point here is 398, though, so it is a little easier to get home runs, especially since the shortest point is 298. Despite foul territory being as big as it is, this is definitely a more hitter-centric ballpark. Some experts have found. So, meanwhile, with the rest of the team, leading off, third base, Jesus Blacksmith, followed by Leonard Hopper. Hazel Painter is batting third. Winter Deposit she is catching and batting fourth. Enzo Alomar Jr. is center field and fifth, with right fielder Emmeline Yoder, sixth. Quash Wright is seventh and second base. Eighth is the designated hitter, Prince Duncan. And ninth is Cruz Raymond. So sorry about that. Editor was in my ear for a second there. But let's start off by having the deep dive into the team. Slickbacks, of course, start with, we have 24-year-old sophomore Jesus Blacksmith coming in his second season. His first season was pretty damn good, and he has found a spot as the team's leadoff man. Third baseman, his arm's not quite as where you want it to be, but his fielding and speed are still terrific, and he's a great contact hitter. He also books it out of the box on a hit, and he continues that speed round base. He has turned hits that have seemed like singles into surprise doubles. It'll be interesting to see if he keeps that up. A man who Jesus credits as his teacher, Leonard Hooper, Hooper is batting second and is the left fielder. He is an amazing contact hitter. Despite his speed, he is actually surprisingly good at stealing, and he's good at starting rallies. Third up is the first baseman, Hazel Painter. Hazel is coming in her rookie season, which people are excited to see how the 20-year-old does. Her coaches in the past have said that she has underrated power in her bat, and she's very good at making contact. Her arm is surprisingly strong for a first baseman, but her fielding is average. But as a first baseman, having good amount of speed is always nice to see. Batting fourth is Winter Dabazi. Amazing at getting hits off of fastballs. In the 8th and 9th inning is where she shines brightest. She also has a decent arm on her. Main problem is, from time to time, she will lose track of balls and they will pass her. Something to be on the lookout for. But even if she makes that mistake, next time she's up to bat, she very much can correct it. Enzo is an all-right bat, above average. The main problem people have, though, is the 29-year-old is not the greatest in the outfield where he plays. Something to pay attention to is that this center fielder is not the best fielder. There could be quite a few E8s, depending on how Enzo is feeling. Though he is good against other teams' strongest pitchers. Batting sixth is right fielder Emmeline Yorder. She is a very good power hitter who, when she makes contact with the ball, specifically in RBI situations, her speed is decent enough, and for a right fielder, her defense is pretty good, though she does have butterfinger moments, something to watch out for. The 24-year-old rookie, Quash Wright, comes into the season, and from what I've heard, he has a little bit of a chip on his shoulder. He personally feels he should have been called up sooner. But the Slickbacks have wanted him to develop. He ends up as a pretty good bat who is amazing whose defense is great on second base and has a better than average arm. The main problem is when there are people on second and third, he tends to choke. Definitely something he wants to fix. Prince Duncan is designated hitter. Definitely seen as an average bat. And really average, but he is tough to get out. He will put up a battle against every pitcher he faces, no matter the end result. The only problem is he is injury prone. Have to be careful. Cruz Raymond is the shortstop and ninth. Good. He's a pretty good defensive glove. He does struggle sometimes when batting, but he's able to work around that. The weird thing people have, though, is his primary position is first base. He has said on multiple occasions he can play pretty much any infield position, though, so we'll have to wait and see if that is true. Backup catcher is Luke Driver. Again, he likes to come in the clutch as a pinch hitter, but we'll have to see how that goes for him. This is his second season in the league, but I don't know if his club is seeing enough improvement from him. Kathleen Wong. She's an alright defensive player, and she's good speed. The main problem that has kept her from the opening lineup, her bat, she struggles at bat. The first pitch she almost never hits, or will ground into a double play. And she's also seen as an easy target by pitchers. Tarek O'Connell is also a bench player. He is very good at pinch hitting, and when he gets on base, he can be a distraction and a nuisance. And then finally, we have Ivor Hunter. Ivor, amazing in the outfield, and he is an amazing defensive utility player. The main problem we saw last season, and we probably will see this season, Ivor can't hit the ball. Ivor has struggled every time he's gone up to bat. If he is able to improve his batting prowess, maybe he can earn his way onto a team's starting nine. But for right now, it would be most teams see it as a liability to start him. We'll see how long the Slickbacks want to hold on to him too. Starting pitching for the Slickbacks, they of course have their ace, Olaf Daughtery. They signed him in the offseason to help complement their rookie starting pitcher. He is, of course, a left-handed pitcher. He features a four-seam, a curveball, a slider, a screwball, and a changeup. His accuracy is top-notch. He has an elite four-seam. And he has just enough movement on his other three pitches to keep people guessing. All in all, he may not be perfect, but he does his job well enough to keep his team in the game. Next up, we have the rookie, Poppy Guevara. Poppy, of course, is coming into the season as a rookie, which there are quite a few rookies this year. It's always exciting to see. She has great movement on all of her pitches, and while her velocity on her curve and slider may not be perfect, the movement is enough, and her two-seam is top-notch. Accuracy should be good enough to go, and yeah. It should be an exciting rookie season for the young woman. Sterling Boyd is, of course, the third pitcher in this rotation. He's seen as a rather average pitcher. He does have an elite slider at least, but not much else. He does at least have 5 pitches with his four-seam, screwball, changeup, and fork, complementing the slider. And yeah. He should be a good third arm. And then we have the fourth pitcher, the hard throwing Lyra Andrade. Andrade. There we go. Her velocity is pretty good, and her screwball is very, very good. But she does suffer from accuracy problems. Also, predictability. She does have a 2-seam and a curveball, but she does tend to rely on the 4-seam and the screwball quite a bit. Something to keep in mind as the season goes on. And we head to the team's biggest concern with fans, their bullpen. First off, we have long reliever Levi Clowners. Levi does struggle to get strikeouts. He uses a 4-seam, 2-seam curveball. His velocity is kind of average along with his movement. His accuracy is kind of below average. All in all, it is concerning. Another rookie for the team is 25-year-old Witters Phillips. He has an elite 4-seam along with a very good slider. Accuracy is a problem, but besides the closer, a lot of fans do call Withers the best arm in the bullpen. Second best, if you include the closer. After that, we have Christian Stevens. He features an elite 2-seam and an average slider. And the problem is, with his slider kind of being average, it's definitely a concern. We have Joshua Swanson. He specializes in facing lefties. He has the 4-seam, cutter, slider. Now, that is pretty good pitching arsenal, but he has yet to get the cutter or the slider to move how he wants it to, which is always a concern. Joshua Swanson may have some trouble against some of our elites in the league. And finally, we have closer Kiwi Hughes. Last season, she did struggle at getting strikeouts. That is concerning. She relies on defense and getting ground balls and flyouts. Her curveball is amazing, and she also has a 4-seam that doesn't go quite that is below average in speed, and a forkball that is above average. So, all in all, definitely a concerning bullpen, but the rest of this team, I would say, is above average. Finally, in the Riverbank division, we have the Brown Bears. They play in the Corral. There it is. So, definitely a pretty damn weird field. The right field wall is very long. It's definitely more slanted towards one direction. And it's definitely a very interesting field. The deepest point is the left center corner there at 419. And even then, the right side seems to be pretty deep, while left side brings us to 324, which, as the shortest point, definitely makes this one of the more deeper fields. This foul territory is not that deep, but batters do enjoy trying to hit it deep, especially the fast ones. The fast ones want to hit it into that deep corner in right field and try to get doubles or maybe even triples against some right fielders. The team has leadoff batter John Church. Xerox Larson is batting second. Jerome Bautista. Left field. First base, Camden Ramsey. Third base batting fifth, Jasmine Karp. Zachary Cantrell is batting sixth, playing second base. Shortstop, Dino Rush is batting seventh. Designated hitter is Vip Von Olio. And ninth is right field, Evan Batsman. Now, John Church is a fighter up at the plate. Very good catcher. Or at least he's good at picking off people. He does sometimes lose the ball behind the plate, but if he's able to keep a hold of it, he can throw batters out when they're trying to steal on him. Of course, before he's at 2 strikes, he does tend to struggle, but as soon as he's at 2 strikes, he seems to just lock in. And especially if he gets an inside pitch, he can get on base. Next up is the center fielder, Xerox Larson, who is all ready to go for his rookie season. Like I said before, the amount of rookies is fantastic. Xerox is a power hitter who is very good at starting rallies. Of course, he starts the rally by getting a home run, but whatever gets the team going, right? He's also very good at hitting off-speed pitches, and he is a decent enough fielder. Next up, we have Jerome Bautista, another power bat. He does struggle with making contact, but when he does, the ball flies. And again, he is another pretty good defender as well. Camden Ramsey comes in batting fourth. In RBI situations, he is very good. And when the team needs him to, he can come in clutch. He has above average power, above average contact, and like I said, in certain situations, he is amazing. The 29-year-old Jasmine Karp is on third base for the Brown Bears. She is one of the faster players on this team, and has above average everywhere else. She's also very good at getting the rally started. Zachary Cantrell comes into surprisingly only his 3rd season in the league. He is pretty good at bunting, and he's pretty good at getting the low pitch. He is a very good defender, but His contact does leave something to be desired, but again, he does not like to rely on the bunt, and his speed does help him out in that sense. His partner in crime, shortstop Dino Rush, makes magic at the shortstop position. He has made some plays of the year last year, and we're hoping for more. He has good contact, good speed, and again, he's pretty damn good at shortstop. The DH is Vip Vaughn Olio. He has great pop on the bat. His contact is above average. And then, his speed is barely above average, though. And then finally, we have Evan Batsman. He does struggle after he gets a hit coming out of the box. But as long as he can hit it onto the grass, he should make it to first. He also has a cannon arm out in right field, so that's always something to keep an eye out for. And his contact is very good, and his power is alright. Backup catcher is Tugger Fuss. Now, Tugger is coming into his rookie season, but from what we've seen in the minors, does have Brown Bear fans worried. Tugger, of course, has struggled behind the plate and batting. First pitches he has struggled with, and he has made quite a few wild throws. It is a mystery why he's being called up this season, when he might benefit from staying in the minors for a couple more seasons. Speaking of rookies, we also have Derek Butcher. Seems like this year he will be learning behind the 30-year-old Zachary Cantrell. Derek does have good contact, good power, and his fielding is above average. He does struggle with his arm, though. He does struggle at throwing people out. So, something that hopefully his mentors can teach him. Troy Norton, the left field / outfield replacement if needed. He's above average in defense. His speed and contact are alright. Not much power. But yeah, not much more to say about him. And finally, center field / outfield / first base replacement, PJ Guzman. Very good pinch hitter, as we saw in his rookie season. He's actually they actually like to bring him in against the elite closers of the league, as that is where he seems to shine the most. He also has pretty decent speed. And finally we have Carter Scott. Carter is a pinch hitter who comes in against right-handed pitchers mostly. There's not too much to say about him. He is a role player, and he does his role. He's almost always taken out of the game before he can hit the field, as his fielding ability is not up to snuff. Now, getting into the starting pitching for this team, we have leading off in pitching first as the team's ace in the rotation, Fred Benjamin. 32 years old. He still has quite a bit to go. He uses a two-seam fastball, a cutter, a curveball, a slider, and a changeup. He has great movement on all 5 pitches. He also has good accuracy and good velocity. Problem though, sometimes he does have miscommunications with his catcher, and they'll get crossed up more a shocking amount of the time. He also has minor meltdown problems, something that is not exactly good for the team. But even though he does have some problems, the team's ace still does his job well. Grayson Weber is the team's final rookie. His rookie season, he's featuring a 4-seam fastball, a curveball, and a screwball. He's actually pretty good at this whole thing. He also has taken a few shots to the head and just got right back up. He's also a pretty durable pitcher. He's also above average in the 3 main pitching stats, so he should have a good rookie season. He hopes. Artist County. She is a workhorse who is good at stopping rallies. She has amazing velocity, but about average accuracy and average movement on her pitches. And she's been around the league for a while and still finds work. So, as a middle reliever, or as a middle of the rotation pitcher, so she does her job and does it well. Finally, the last pitcher on this rotation, Dana Dela Cruz. She does have some meltdown problems, and her velocity and movement are average on her pitches. Her accuracy is above average, but there are some concerns with her. This will be something to look out for during the season. Something to note about the Brown Bears is they do have 5 players on their bench. So they do have one less. Hold on. They do have one less bullpen arm than other teams. We have Lucio Rubinstein as the long reliever. He has amazing velocity and just alright movement and accuracy. Also, in the bullpen, which again, they seem to do a closer by committee. Kayline Hockey is a very good reliever. She has an amazing 4-seam. She specializes in shutting down right-handed batters, and her velocity is already pretty good. She also has good movement on her curve and forkball. Accuracy is also above average. Beans Benton is the second relief pitcher for the team. He has above average velocity, movement, and accuracy. He uses a 4-seam curveball changeup. One of his changeup is pretty damn good, and he's good at getting strikeouts. Finally, the team's third pitcher in the bullpen, besides the long reliever, is Ed Lester. Ed, again, above average in velocity, movement, and accuracy. He does come in clutch, but he also tends to fall behind time to time. All in all, it is definitely an interesting decision the Brown Bears have made to go with one less bullpen arm. The question is it going to pay off? We'll have to wait and see. Yeah. So next up, we will move to the Castle Division. So we are now in the Kingdom Conference. After Castle Division, we'll take our final break of the night and go over the last two divisions. So let's start with Castle Division and the Advocates. They play at Stade Royal. Stade Royal. So, at Royale, it does have quite a brought-in right field wall. And the left field wall is very curved. Definitely one of the more interesting designs we have in the league. And it's definitely quite a bit of fun to watch players and batters play in this field. Which players do we have? Leading off is designated hitter Pants Liner. Third baseman Carly Cunningham. Second. Batting third is first baseman Vip Homegrown. Alana Harbormouth is batting fourth in right field. Batting fifth in left field is Bingo Norner West. The center fielder batting sixth is Xander Clayton. The catcher batting seventh, Ela Waters. Jack Batsman is eighth at shortstop. And the second baseman, Wash Carr, is there. For our deep dive into this, we start with Pants Liner. He knows how to deal with elite pitching, and he's actually very good at stealing bases. His contact is above average, and his speed is very good. He gets even better when he's trying to steal. His power isn't great, but in leadoff, it's just fine. Carly Cunningham bats second. She's the team's third baseman, and she's an elite defensive third baseman. She takes big hacks when she has the advantage in the count, and she's a distractor when she gets on base. Her power and contact are equally as good, and they are actually pretty damn good. And her speed is nothing to sneeze at either. Next up, we have first baseman Vip Homegrown. He is an average fielder with around average, slightly above speed, but his power and contact are equally as good. this is where things start to turn sour for the rest of the team, unfortunately. Their fourth is a power hitter who does not make good contact. She is alright. She is pretty good in right field, though, as defense. Left field, we have the defensive expert, Bingle Norna West. He's consistent. He makes magic happen in left field. He has great contact as well, and he can fly. After him, we have the speedy center fielder, Xander Clayton. He may not have the best arm in the league, but it's still serviceable. He is a bunter to try and get on base, which does work with his speed. He's also a fantastic fielder. Catching is Ela Waters. Her contact is pretty damn good. And fielding and her arm are also good. No. She is, of course, coming into this rookie season. But something to keep an eye on is Ela and fellow rookie Thea Turncoat have had their differences in the past, and they probably will be trying to prove to each other that they're the better player. It'll be interesting to see how this season goes for them both. Jax Batsmith is batting 8th. His contact and speed are actually very good, especially for someone in the 8th slot. His power is above average as well. His fielding is alright, but his arm is actually really good. He does struggle with first pitches, but he's able to make magic happen on the dive in the field. And then Wash Carr. He is a great defensive second baseman. He does struggle a lot in clutch moments, and if he's at 2 strikes, he struggles. The backup catcher is Jaden Atkins. She is a good defensive replacement, though she does struggle at bat. Borberger is the backup first baseman. He does do well in the 9th inning, which is probably where he will come in to take over defensive duties, as he's slightly better. And yeah, he does have a butterfinger problem, so that's something to be careful of. Another rookie, Thresh Underhanded. He is very good at contact. He is a fast player. The problem he's had, though, for a very long time, is injuries. He is very injury prone. Something to watch out for this season. Then we have pinch runner and outfield replacement, Francesca Furthermore. She's great fielding, and she's actually surprisingly good at stealing. Though first pitches are difficult for her to hit, so it'll be interesting to see when she comes in. Finally making his way to the big leagues, entering his first season, is Prince George. At 28 years old, the Advocates have really given him a lot of time to develop. His velocity is pretty good. His movement and accuracy are also good. And his two-seam is great. He does from time to time fall behind on the 0-0 count, but he has the skills to bounce back from that. Entering his sophomore season is Carter Williamson. He has an elite changeup and pretty damn good stats all around. He has a very, very fascinating four-seam curveball slider to complement that elite changeup. So it'll be interesting to see what happens when he gets on the mound. He's also a pretty damn good fielder. We then have Alec Bambino. He has slightly above average velocity, but below average movement and accuracy. He's also prone to walking players. He does have 5 pitches at his disposal in the four-seam, cutter, curveball, slider, changeup. But the problem there, of course, is he can't locate them from time to time. Finally, we have Zap Hunter. She comes into the season ready to make some noise after last year. The problem is, last year was an absolute disaster. Her first two seasons in the league, we all thought she was going to be one of the elites of the league. But then last year was an absolute train wreck for Zap. Zap's hoping for a bounce back, but we'll have to see how it goes. Going just by last year, all of her pitches have lost speed and movement, and her location and accuracy are not where they should be at this point. Her cutter is still as good as always, but it's definitely something to be worried about if you're her.
Jumping on an above-average bus to Whacker's Wheel for Andromedon's and Nemesis Battle of Baseball.
Wixit Biggs is the first member of the team's bullpen.
Eating my coffee for the 4th time today.
He specializes in taking out lefties. He has an elite four-seam, and he also has a two-seam, curveball, screwball, and changeup to back them up. His movement on those 4 pitches is pretty good, and he is able to locate them, which is all you can really ask for. Downtown Baron coming in for his rookie season. Now, according to team officials, Advocates brought him up to learn under Yellow. But he's 18 and he still does have problems, so we'll have to see how it goes. His slider is great, and his cutter does have movement and accuracy. They may not have the speed that you would hope for, but he's hoping with the movement he's able to get on both pitches that he's able to get the outs he needs. He also has a pretty good head and isn't too worried about getting hit. Luisa Yellow is, of course, the pitcher, the bullpen arm that the team is hoping Downtown learns from, though in recent years she has had a problem with strikeouts. Though she's very well known for having good movement on her pitches. It may not be what it used to be, but the movement is still there on the two-seam, curveball, and changeup. She also has all-right accuracy. We also have Aaron Ankle. He does have a wild pitch problem along with a walk problem. He uses just a four-seam and a forkball. And yeah, his velocity and movement are barely above average, but it's his accuracy problems that gives his fans worry. Finally, we have 32-year-old closer Titus Yates. He's very good at getting ahead, and he's decent at getting the strikeout. But the main thing he does is have his changeup, two-seam, and screwball move. His four-seam is the biggest worry, but he tends... What? Teammates seem to think as long as he uses that as the put-away pitch, it should be fine. We'll see how it goes. So, I'll be real. The Advocates do not have much. They don't have much, if I'm being real. They are definitely an underdog coming into this season. It'll be interesting to see if they're able to make some magic happen. Next up we have the False Knights, who play at Callistal Arena. Callisto Arena is pretty average field, but the deepest point is 392, and the shortest point is 342. Personally, I can see this being a batter's ballpark due to how in the outfield is, but we'll have to wait and see how the season goes. There is a lot of room in foul territory, though. That's what it comes down to, is how they're able to use foul territory. Let's go into the team. Designated hitter Drake Green leads us off, followed by Kendall Fry. Batting third is Adorable Floral, who is the catcher. Fourth is Rylan Mayer. Center field, Jane Everbright. Sixth is right field, Theodore McIntyre. Seventh is the second baseman, Vivian Barnstormer. Smoke Bowman is the left fielder, and eighth. And then third baseman, batting ninth, Mill Dukes. Designated hitter Drake Green. Of course, the main reason for that he's DH is, while his fielding may seem average, he does have wild throw problems. He's also very good against aces. So they're hoping against strong teams he's able to make his mark. His contact is alright. But the False Knight fans are definitely concerned about their leadoff man. Player that they're not worried about, though, is Kendall Fry, who recently has also been using the questionable methods to get information about what pitch is coming. But he's also, at the same time, tough to get out. He has pretty damn good speed, along with good contact and power. And defensively, he's not too bad either. The catcher, Adorable Floral. Behind the plate, she's just alright. And then her contact and power are very above average. She is a pretty safe option to go with for number 3. Number 4 is Rylan Mayer. He has a very powerful bat. He likes to start rallies. He has good contact and speed. He does struggle on first base at times, but not as much as you might think. We should also point out that Adorabelle is the starting catcher in her rookie season. So it's always interesting to see how rookies play in their first season. Jane Everbright is the center fielder. Her arm is good, though she has had a few drop ball problems. Pitchers do find her an easy target, but she has taken advantage of them thinking she's easy on the first pitch at times. Something to keep an eye on. An RBI hero, Theodore McIntyre. He has an extremely good arm. He's a pretty damn good right fielder. And when there's someone in scoring position, he wants to bring them home. He has the power to, and he seems to clutch up when there's someone in scoring. Alright. Barnstormer, the 25-year-old, makes her first appearance in the Chaos League. She is about above average defensively. She has good contact, but amazing speed. She also, whenever she's down in the count, she tends to make contact with the ball and just gets on base. Next up is Smoke Bowman. Very fast player. Good power against lefties. And something else he's good at is turning singles into doubles. And he also by being good at rounding bases, he has gotten from first to home quite a bit on good hits. And then Mil Dukes. A great third baseman. His contact is average. He's not the fastest, but he's mainly here because of how good he is on the third base. Backup catcher is Dave Allen. Arm may not be good, but he's a clutch player with amazing fielding behind the plate. Gabe Sandwalker is here in his 6th season. Unfortunately for him, due to quite a few problems last year he has been delegated to the bench. While I'm sure earning his starting spot back is on his mind, he has been a good sport and is focused on doing his job right now, which is pinch hitting. Always good to see a player like Gabe who's able to focus on what's currently ahead of him. Chili Cooker. Not much to say about Chili's career. He's had a few seasons where he's been a surprise player, but he's mainly been a pinch hitter. Bartholomew Centercut is the final bench player, and he does have good power and alright speed. He's not good at stealing, though. We now head to the starting 4. The team's ace does have some problems getting crossed up with his catcher, but he does get ahead, and his velocity and movement are great, and his accuracy is also pretty damn spectacular. He uses a 4-seam, a 2-seam, a curveball, a slider, and a changeup. All in all, very good pitcher. Rookie pitcher, Serena Hooper. Comes in at 20 years old. She is a workhorse, but she is volatile. Her accuracy is good, and her velocity and movement are above average. She uses a four-seam, a cutter, a curveball, and a changeup. She is a pretty damn good player, and as we've seen in the minors, she knows how to play. Desmond Rich is the third pitcher in this rotation. He has an elite four-seam, average accuracy, and he has decent enough movement on his other four pitches to help with his elite four-seam. And finally, we have another rookie, Danny Dowler. Now, he does fluctuate. Now, he did fluctuate between being a starting pitcher and a relief pitcher. Seems like the team has decided they want him in the starting rotation. We'll see if he's able to make this permanent. We'll have to wait and see. There is some experience below him, so if he starts to struggle, we'll see the experienced T.D. Hugh take his spot. But his screwball is very good. His velocity may not be perfect, but it's good enough, along with his accuracy and movement. Of course, we have T.D. Hugh, who in his old age is having trouble with the strikeouts. But he's still consistent and able to get weak contact with his slider, changeup, forkball. But his four seam may not be as dangerous as it used to be. Be interesting to see if any of his knowledge can rub off on Danny and on Serena. Derek Yellington is, of course, another experienced pitcher who has a lot of experience. In his old age, he does have a walking problem, but he still has pretty damn good velocity, and the movement and accuracy on his pitches is nothing to scoff at. Finally, the third 37-year-old in this bullpen, Tucker Kingman. Surprisingly, he's actually really good at facing against lefties with his two-seam and changeup. His accuracy may not be the best, but movement and velocity, he hopes, helps compensate for that. Violet Odinger is the 29-year-old righty. She uses a four-seam, a two-seam, a curveball, and a slider. Her velocity is alright, but she does have trouble getting the ball to move how she wants it to and locating it where she wants to. She is unfortunately the weak link in this bullpen. Finally, we have closer 30-year-old AJ Kabusler. Elite cutter and amazing, and his slider is also spectacular. He uses two pitches, you know what's coming, and you still miss. He is a great closer, and the team is excited to have him close out close games for them once again. So the False Knights, they come in with a pretty solid team. They definitely have what it takes to make the playoffs, but the question is, can they go farther than just making the playoffs? All right, next up, the Bowman. Who play on Founders Field. The deepest point is the corner out in center field at 428. It does have that little rise in right field with the 20-something foot wall with the little slope. Definitely a very interesting field. According to some pitchers, I know though, they have said they have struggled with it, especially with the foul territory being below the league average. Some batters do quite enjoy this field, so definitely seems, from what I've heard, like a hitter's park, but only time will tell us if it actually is or not. The starting 9 for the Bowman. And before we begin, we should point out that the Bowman and Guardians still hate each other's guts after last year's incident. Something to keep an eye out on. Starting off, we have Evan Clement at right field. Spitz Osborne, third base, batting second. Third base, center field, Harper Berry. Cleanup spot, first basewoman, Angela Dubs. Second base, batting fifth, Dallas White. Shortstop, Tobin Trejo. The designated hitter is Mac Truck. Nira Guns is the catcher and batting eighth. Colt McCoy is the left fielder and ninth. So, let's start with Evan. He does have trouble rounding bases. That is something that he's always had. Though this year, with this specific team, it does seem not as bad as it has been in the past. Though it does suck because his speed is good. What is also good is his power. He does sometimes take little hacks, but again, you know the coach is, the manager is hoping that he is able to get over his base jogging problem. Something else to keep in mind is fielding. He is not a spectacular right field. He is not spectacular in the field, but he does try. Now, some fans have questioned him. Spitz Osborne comes in his sophomore season, back on third base, still with his Butterfingers problem, and still with some other problems over on third. He has improved his arm strength, so hopefully he can make up for dropping a hit or two by throwing them out, if he can stay on target. Though a problem that he still seems to have is his contact. His contact is not quite where they want it to be. He does have power though, and he does have speed. So that's something to keep in mind. Harper Berry joins the team after an off season where quite a few teams wanted him, including his original team, the Reapers. Of course, Reaper fans did not take this well. Harper, of course, drafted by the Reapers and playing when he was 22 years old. Of course, in his third season with the Reapers, he helped bring them to the finals, and his fifth season, and actually won a championship with the Reapers. However, he has recently left to play for the Bowmen. A lot of experts are confused by his decision to leave, and Reaper fans are not happy. We'll see what kind of reception he gets when he comes home, but I'm not expecting a warm welcome. We will see, though. He is, of course, he does have quite a few emotions. He's very good at hitting the fastball, and he's an amazing fielder. Speed is not perfect, but he has great power, great contact. Most likely, this team's offense and defense will be running through Harper as he settles into his new team. Someone who's hoping to learn from the new signing is Angela Dubbs. Angela Dubbs, of course, this is her first season in the majors. Her fielding may not be the best, she may not be fast, but her bat is fire. And she actually, and fun story, her and Raphael actually faced off when they both were in the minors a few seasons ago. It was Angela's first season in the minors. Of course, Raphael was fast tracking up to the majors, and Angela actually all three plate appearances against him got home runs all three times. Now, of course, it's his style not to show it, but according to insiders, Raphael still holds a grudge against Angela for that game. We will see what happens when they face each other. Dallas White, the right-handed expert. All right. He is the team's second baseman, coming in for his fourth season with the team. He is a very good contact hitter against righties and power hitter against righties. He's about above average against lefties, though. His fielding is good, but he does not have a cannon for an arm. So turning double plays is not Dallas's specialty for sure. Tobin Trio is the team's shortstop this season. Also coming in on his third season. He has above average power and contact. And his speed about the same. Fielding is pretty good, and he has a good arm. He also, in questionable ways, gets signs for himself when he's up to bat, and when he's on first and second, he is pretty good at distracting the pitcher. The DH is Mac Trunk. Mac is, of course, a very good contact hitter. Unfortunately, 29-year-old switch hitter, that's all he can do. He is good at rounding bases, so sometimes he can surprise you by turning a single into a double. But really, all this team needs is for him to get on base.
The Standards and Norms Agency invites you to fill out
Niragun. She is This is her second season in the league. She is very good behind the plate, but she does struggle in clutch in stressful situations. Stress does get to her. But
Correctly identify the source of this sound.
even though her power may not be the best, it's still around league average. And contact is above average. But she has had multiple first pitch home runs in her short career so far. Definitely can be a fun player to watch. Finally, we have Colt McCoy. Great left field defender. Speed is barely above average, I would personally say. And then his power and contact, I would also say, are above average. There's not too much to say about Colt. He comes, he plays, he goes home. The backup catcher is Drake Love, 26 years old. He is definitely a pinch. He is pretty damn good at pinch hitting, and his fielding behind the plate hopefully won't lose his team games, but his arm is actually as good as Guns. He's also very good at getting home runs against lefties as well. Whitaker here is an infielder for the team who sometimes comes off the bench. She has good power, but the main thing she specializes in is coming into the game late when they need to start a rally. That has been her specialty for quite a bit now. Alvin Guerrer is the team's main outfield replacement if needed. Fortunately, he has definitely fallen off. He used to be, I'd say, around a B+ player, but he's definitely no longer at his prime. He's still able to lock up contracts, and as long as he's not 0-2, he can sometimes get hits. And then finally, 44-year-old Mutton Yale. He has so many records for the Bowmen. Some say he is a Bowman legend. This is his last season in the league. Fortunately, his skills are no longer anywhere near where they used to be. The question is, can he continue to drive up his records? The question, though, I would say, that's on every Bowman's minds. A man who's played with the team since he was 18, who is now 44, he has never left the team. He is currently tied for all-time home runs for the Bowmen. All he needs is one more home run, and he takes the record for most home runs for the Bowmen. He probably is not going to get many opportunities, but in certain situations, against right-handed pitchers in an RBI situation, they may send the 44-year-old out there to try and get it. He's also, for someone his age, surprisingly fast. I think what shocks most people is, according to speed tests done by the team, Mutton, the 44-year-old, is the second fastest player on this Bowman team. Going into pitching now, we have the team's ace, 35-year-old Troy Blastman. Troy, of course, is always composed, and he is always ready to go whenever it's his turn in the rotation. He has great velocity, great accuracy, and above average movement. His 4-pitch arsenal of 4-seam, curveball, slider, changeup definitely can do some damage to other teams. Second up is Holly Dexterous. She has an amazing velocity behind her pitches, and she has some pretty damn good movement on all three. Main problem is her accuracy. Her accuracy does suffer, so sometimes you get pitches going where you don't expect them to. After her, we have 27-year-old Doyle Healthy. He's very good at getting ahead in the count. He's a 4-seam curveball fork. Main problem is, even though he's accurate, not much movement on his pitches, not much velocity. It'll be interesting to see how he does, as even though he will be getting ahead, he'll probably be relying quite a bit on team defense. Finally, we have Ben Lobster. He has an elite slider, but fortunately, he does not have much else. Fantastic at fielding, though. We'll see what the 37-year-old can do with his new team. Coming out of the bullpen, we have Catherine Allison. She has very good accuracy and above average average velocity on her 4-seam and other pitches, but not much movement. But she does stay composed in most situations. Zane Forrest is also in the Bowman bullpen this year. He has good velocity and movement on his pitches, and just enough accuracy that he's able to be dangerous. Next up is Ananis Fowler. He does sometimes get crossed up, but he does have an elite changeup. The main problem is his 4-seam does not. His 4-seam might not be good enough to help with the changeup. He is, however, a rookie, so he does have quite a bit to learn from. Hopefully, throughout his career, he can improve that 4-seam. And then we have 36-year-old lefty specialist Alonzo Ivy. He is a very durable pitcher and has fantastic movement, and has great movement on his 2-seam and his slider. His accuracy is above average, but he does not have much velocity. Don't know how that's going to work, but we'll have to wait and see. Finally, we have 3rd-year player Vic Hobbs. When it's time for him to come out, he gets really stimulated. He's also very good against lefties, surprisingly enough, considering he's a right-handed thrower. His accuracy is good, and his velocity and jump may leave a little to the desire. They should be enough to help him with his four-seam, his curveball, and his forkball. All in all, this Bowman team is balanced, but I have a feeling that they are going to be relying on Harper quite a bit throughout the season. It will definitely be interesting to see how it goes. Finally, we have in the Castle Division, the Norsemen. They play in El Vigo Stadium. So, we of course have the 10 feet fence. The average depth is about 377 feet. Quite a bit of foul ground. Shortest point is 339. Deepest point 419. Weird corner. But with where the corner is located, some batters may think they can get a triple, but against the wrong center or right fielder, they may get thrown out. We'll have to wait and see what happens in this ballpark. Oh shit. Yeah, shit. There we go. Alright, so let's have a look at the team's starting nine. Rookie catcher Beatrice Wolf leads us off, followed by Sydney Lift. She then has right fielder Jillian West behind her, followed by Vicky Summers at first base. Second basewoman Hope Wiggins. Shortstop Ty DeOrange is batting sixth. The designated hitter is also a pitcher for the team. Chance Hancock. Eighth is Ezekiel Santos. And Nico Crook is ninth. So let's start with the rookie, Beatrice Wolf. She does struggle on first pitches, but she also enjoys playing mind games with the pitcher. She has decent enough speed, which is actually very good. She has pretty damn good power, and her contact is alright. She may not be absolutely perfect behind the plate, but she does her job. And her arm is very good. She's very good at throwing out players. Second up is the third baseman, Sydney Lift. Sydney does struggle in the field, but she is sometimes able to make the play that's needed. In the 8th, 9th inning, she's able to get herself stimulated. She also likes to take big hacks. She has pretty damn good contact and good power as well. Jillian West is batting third. She is the team's right fielder. She has a pretty damn good contact power ability. Main problem is her fielding is kind of 50-50 out there in right field. The first baseman, Vicky Summers, very good first baseman, very good fielding, very good power, and able to make contact with the ball. She's even better against lefties and elite pitching. Hope Wiggins, amazing contact hitter with blazing speed, able to get a rally started, great fielding, great arm, does struggle in power, but when you're able to steal second and third base, you aren't really too concerned about power. You have other players for that. For example, we have Ty Orange, who's also good at starting rallies. Problem is, he is kind of an easy target for some pitchers. His contact and power are alright, and his speed are alright. He does struggle at shortstop at times, though. Designated hitter, like I said, is the team's fourth pitcher. Chance Hancock. Some are worried about his pitching ability, honestly. He has an elite slider. He gets stimulated, but he does struggle. Some people are wondering if he should permanently move to being a position player because of how good his contact and speed are. But considering how many seasons he's already played, it's very clear Chance has no plans to stop pitching. Ezequiel Santos, the team's left fielder. He is in his sophomore season. Bats left, throws right. He does have kind of a butterfingers problem, but he's good at hitting off-speed pitches. Always interesting to watch him play. Does struggle in the field, though, but he has great speed and good arm. Finally, center fielder Nico Crook. He does have his problems, but his speed is good. His fielding is above average. He is able to get the job done. 32-year-old Matilda Finley steps to the bench to let the rookie take over starting duties. She's really here as a mentor for Beatrice, but if needed, she can come in. We also have Bonnie Suarez, very good power hitter against righties, but in general, she's a good contact hitter. Her fielding and arm aren't anything to sneeze at either. Weston Witness is a pretty dang good utility player. He's also very good at pinch hitting, and he's a tough out. Twirl Burnswell. Well, great contact hitter. Problem is, and she's good at pinch and starting a rally. Problem is, she is a liability on defense. And finally, we have the opposite. Speedy defensive expert Leo Espinoza. He is an amazing fielder. What they did last year, at least, was they had Twirl come in, and then they swapped Leo in on base. The team's other three pitchers include Joe Kwan, who has one of the best curveballs in the game. Also has a great fast four seam to help with it. His two seam and fork help out too. He has pretty good accuracy and very good velocity. Problem is, he does have meltdown problems from time to time. Something to keep an eye on. Ember Montgomery. very good accuracy, and her above average velocity and junk helps her 4-seam, 2-seam slider changeup get the outs she needs. She's also very good at getting ahead. And then King Austin, along with Chance, makes up the final no starting pitchers for the team. King uses a 4-seam curveball slider screwball changeup combo. Has pretty good velocity, very good jump. It's consistent and accuracy is good enough. In the bullpen, we have Allison Bunterson, whose velocity and accuracy are great. Her fastball, her 4-seam is outstanding. Problem she does have, though, not much movement on her other 3 pitches, which has been taken advantage of in the past. Gossie Stewart, 36 years old. She has an elite slider along with a very good 2-seam. Accuracy is 50-50, but she's able to do her job and do her job well. Coming in yet. Next is Yakir Fatim Meshina. Fantastic junk on fantastic movement on his curveball and his slider. Problem is, he does not get much speed behind his 4-seam, and accuracy sometimes leaves something to be desired. Finally, we have rookie pitcher Trenton Cobbs. He gets crossed up, and sometimes he does have problems with being surrounded. He does use a 4-seam curveball, though, and with his velocity and movement, they are pretty dangerous. Though he does tend to be a mystery box with his accuracy. It could be anything, even a strike sometimes if he's feeling zesty. Finally, the team's closer, rookie pitcher Cash House, 19 years old. People were actually shocked to find out that he was going to be the team's closer, and then they saw him in his first spring training game. No one's shocked anymore that he's the team closer. He uses an elite 4-seam along with a slider and a fork. He collects strikeouts, amazing velocity, amazing movement, amazing accuracy. He is going to be a great closer for the team for years to come. I just got that feeling. All in all, the Norsemen seem to be here to have another dominant season. It should be fun to watch. Coming up after the break, we finish up the division breakdowns. And please note that before opening game, any storylines, rivalries that we forgot to mention during this broadcast will be brought up before opening day. Opening day should be tomorrow, but you never know how the Chaos Realm works. Sometimes the Chaos Realm moves starting dates around and shocks everyone. But we'll be right back. Well, after this break, we will finish the Kingdom Conference with the Fantasy Division and the Graveyard Division. closed captioning and sponsorship for 100.666 AM is brought to you by VWF. Look forward to our event on Wednesday, February 26th. Where we have 2 qualifying events for the Twitch payout. Tricks Treats, the adventuring kitty who likes collecting souls. The VTuber Pokemon Random Battle Tournament, presented by Bacon Pierogi, taking place March 1st over on Bacon Pierogi's channel at 10 a.m. Mountain Time, and by PK Ninja, the motherfucker who brought me into existence. Furthermore, this is brought to you by viewers like you. Why aren't you running? Welcome back to 100.666 AM Gray Sports Radio with your host, Great Man in Gray and Yellow. Thank you all for sticking around. Welcome back. We are finally in our final 2 division breakdowns here on the Underground 100.666. Let's of course start with the Brutes in the Fantasy Division. The Brutes, of course, very hoping they improve their team after last year's embarrassing performance. The Brutes did get last place last season, and it was rather embarrassing. Multiple coaches were fired. A new general manager was brought in. Even the owner was disgusted with how his team did. Team, of course, plays at Lafayette Corner. Which the average fence depth is 363. The deepest point is 401. But the shortest point is 314. Of course, we have some weird configurations with the fence. Though the shorter part of the fence is a little bit higher than other ones we've seen throughout our journey today. Something to also keep in mind is there's not much foul territory. Because of those 2 factors, this does tend to be a hitter's ballpark more often than not. So, let's get to the team. leading off. Leading off, we have the rookie, Julieta Balanstandos. Shortstop, we have Chris Jumps. Who had a pretty good season last year, and is definitely a team favorite. Of course, he's hoping that between some of the rookies and the free agent signings, that his team is able to improve from their abysmal performance last year. Ike Foley is batting third and is on third base. September Piddlesticks is fourth and on second base. Elvis Snow returns for his sophomore season as the designated hitter. Blade Putz is in right field. Lawson Christensen is the left fielder and another rookie on this team. Center fielder, we have Chip Jones. And finally, behind the plate, we have Rex Rice. So starting off with the rookie, Julieta. A problem this team seems to have is going to be defense, but something that Julieta does bring, that the team was definitely looking for, is batting ability. She is amazing. She is a very good batter. Her defense does leave something to be questioned, though. Chip Jump. He's amazing at rounding bases, and he's an ace exterminator. He is very good against aces. Chris, of course, is also has amazing speed and batting prowess, though he is questionable in the field. Though some voters last year tried to give him a Golden Glove, which does bring some questions. Third, we have Ike Foley, who ironically is the third baseman. Great power hitter. He may not be great at contact, but against righties, against righties, he tends to put the ball in the stands more than not. Of course, Ike and September are both free agent signings. Ike is a pretty good defensive player as well. Not something that can be said about second basewoman September Piddlesticks, though she is very good with the bat and is able to bring in RBIs like no one's business. She does sometimes struggle with the first pitch, and she struggles with defense. Elvis Snow comes in as the DH in his sophomore season. Ironically, this is the second year in a row that the Brutes have brought up a first baseman to try and fix their first base problems that they've had for a few years now. But Elvis proved himself good enough on the bat that they were able to keep him in as a DH. Blade Putz, the right fielder. He also has defensive issues, but his bat is pretty stellar. Loston. And the other rookie in the starting 9. He does struggle defensively, and while he may not hit home runs often, he does get good hits. We then have Chip Jones, center field. Great arm, though struggles with fielding. He's a fast player who gets good hits. Does struggle with the first pitch, but he loves to play mind games. Finally, we have the catcher. The catcher is probably one of the best defenders on this team. Definitely very good behind the plate. Batting does give them some trouble, but they are durable and they have a cannon for an arm. What you need in a 42 game season. Next up is the backup catcher, Rick Sellers. Rick Sellers, of course, has been playing quite a bit. And like Rex, they both were brought in free agency. Both catchers were free agents. I don't know why they brought in a 37-year-old, but he is able to start rallies. He is good as a pinch hitter now. But his fielding is lackluster. Lola Henson is the team's third year second baseman. She will be on the bench though. Though on base she is distracting. She has above average power, above average speed. Her contact is really good though. Defensive shortstop replacement, Colton Deputy. Very good in the field. Does struggle with base running, but good at contact. And then center fielder, Hack Scottish. Again, another defensive replacement, most likely. They definitely, in free agency, and with their rookies, have fixed their batting problem they've had. The problem is they still looks like they are not going to be that good defensively. Something to keep an eye out on. However, they were able to get Christian Monino away from his former team in the Nocturnals. The Nocturnals Nocturnal fan base did not take this well, especially having their team ace go to the weakest team in the league. I still remember the night where a bunch of the fan base gathered in front of the stadium and basically had a bonfire, and all the fans threw their number 46 jerseys into the bonfire.
Caller that can correctly identify this sound wins game tickets. These ones are for the Heaters game this weekend. Big hit. On my stomach. Definitely hungry.
What's even more shocking is that he was able to get to free agency at only 24 years old. Personally, I think the fan base should be more mad at the front office than at the player, but that's just me. We now get into the two rookies on the team. Alexandra Smile and Royce Deputy. So starting with Miss Smile, she is a very good pitcher. Some teams probably want her to be their ace. If she can go deep enough, as soon as she hits the 8th inning, it's almost like a second gear starts turning. With Matt, she uses a two-seam, a curveball, a screwball, and a changeup. The velocity and movement are good, but her accuracy is above point. Following her, of course, is the other rookie, Royce Deputy. Royce may struggle with strikeouts, but he's a very durable pitcher with good velocity. He also has decent enough junk to make his curveball, slider, changeup good enough to help out with his four seam. His accuracy is also pretty damn good. Amos Nutmeg. Meg is his last one. Of course, this is his third season in the league. He is still struggling. He has great movement, but the pitches still don't have much behind them. And God only knows where they're going to end up. Have to see if he's going to be too much of a weak link for this otherwise pretty damn good rotation. However, someone who can come in and help out with Nutmeg is another rookie pitcher. Connor Costa. He, of course, is coming out of the bullpen, but a lot of fans want him to take over starting pitching duties. Doesn't seem like that's going to happen this season, but we'll have to wait and see. His velocity and accuracy are quite up there. His two-seam is very good. He just needs to get a little more movement for that slider before he becomes an absolute elite threat. Cade Jaramillo is also in the bullpen. Really the only returning piece of the bullpen, as the other three are brand new to the team. Cade was probably the best bullpen arm last season for this team, but that's not saying much. His accuracy isn't perfect, but his four-seam and curveball are very good. Burton Anger, as I said, was brought in the offseason. A surprising free agent, but the team was able to pick him up for a good enough price. He is a consistent pitcher with good movement on his curveball and changeup. Accuracy is above average. Velocity is barely below average. All in all, he'll get you an inning or two. And with this team, that might be all you can ask for. Aya Damala is the team's final rookie this season. Aya comes in with good accuracy, but she does have problems with their first pitch and getting crossed up with the catcher. She definitely has some stuff to work on with her four-seam slider changeup combo. And finally, another free agent that they brought in, the rally stopper, Gabriel Angelis. He features the four-seam slider, screwball, forkball. Very good fielder in a pinch. His velocity and accuracy are up there. And while his movement on his pitches isn't the best, depending on when he comes in, he's a decent enough pitcher. So the Brutes have definitely made improvements. I don't think they're finishing bottom of the league. The question is, where can this team go? Because while there is only one way they can go, and that's up, are they going to be a surprise playoff appearance? Or are they just going to be a middle-of-the-pack team? Next up is the Guardians. Now, we've already talked about the Guardians a couple times with both the Whispers and the Bowmen. They, of course, play in Ciudad de Calores, which is basically a pretty standard ballpark. It does have an interesting piece in middle field, but it's a standard ballpark. Middle of the pack foul territory, mostly behind. The deepest point is 400, while the shortest point is 331. Definitely good. Definitely an interesting place to play, especially with the walls. So, let's go through the Guardians. Starting off, Elena Perg on first base. She does have trouble. She did have trouble last year with RBIs. She does have a bit of a noodle arm as well. We'll see how she does. Wayne Briggs. Comes into the season in the second spot. He will be the center fielder and batting second. He's an alright fielder with an okay arm, though he lives for either little hacks or exterminating elite pitchers. He's pretty good at hitting the ball and is able to get some pretty good distance. Rebecca Victorino is batting third, and she's the right fielder. Coming in the off season, she's good at getting that high pitch, and she has very good power and contact. She's below average. She's slightly above average fielding, and she has an amazing arm. She's going to be one to watch this season, I feel. Hash Prize is has been with this team for quite a while. And fans are hoping that he stays for a while longer. He has very good power with good connection with the ball. And his arm is very good on third base, though he does struggle sometimes with fielding it. Harley Acosta is next. Good power, good connection. She's very consistent. She is the designated hitter for a reason, but she does her job and does it well. Lily Keller will be batting sixth and the second baseman. Good power, good fielding, though her arm throwing from second to first does leave something to desire. She's good at getting the outside pitch, but she's also seen as an easy target by pitchers. Oak Sasso comes in, and he's actually shockingly good at getting stolen bases. And behind the plate, he is pretty damn good. The shortstop is next. Who is Serena Almond? Very good. She's pretty good at fielding, and her arm's pretty good. Speed is above average, and her bat's also about above average. And we have Jack Poole, the amazing left fielder for the team, who last year led the league, unfortunately, in being left on base the most. He kept on getting into scoring position whenever he came up the bat. But Elena kept on failing to get him home. It definitely drives him crazy to hold that record. He's just hoping for something better this year. Anything better at that point. He's pretty good with the first pitch as well, and he's very good with fielding. Backup catcher is AJ Wankerstein. A little bit below average, but when the pitcher is leading, he does take little hacks to try and get on base. Scott Dabb, good pinch runner, and he's an alright fielder. The pinch hitter, Stub Landry. What fans are hoping for is in situations with Jack on base, that Stub will come in the pinch hit for Elena, and then you can put Scott in at first base after. He is a good pinch hitter and with great power. I should also point out that even though he's 20, this is AJ's second season in the bigs. Abigail Evergreen finishes up the bench for this team. And she may be volatile, but in a pinch, she can hit. She has also pretty damn good arm and is pretty fast. Going to pitching, we have Bash Field, who has decent enough velocity. Is known for his major meltdowns he has had in the past, but he does have good movement and good accuracy, though. And he has been hit in the head quite a bit, but he's bounced back. He does have a four-seam cutter, a curveball, a slider, and a changeup to play with as well. Next up, with an elite two-seam, is TD Carlio. He is, of course, he is the team's only rookie this season. And he is very much excited to see how this year goes for him. He has good velocity, and apparently he is still working on his movement and accuracy. It'll be exciting to see how he starts compared to how he finishes. Ian Wright is next. We have above average movement and very above average velocity. His accuracy is kind of mid. His slider is good, but he does struggle with the strikeout. Something to keep a watch on. And finally, we have Josie Woody. Another free agent signing for the team. Velocity is way above average, while movement and accuracy are very good. She uses a four-seam, cutter, and curveball. Now we have the bullpen. Tower Saberhagen is a pretty good long reliever. He has pretty good speed and good movement and accuracy. We have free agent signing Uber Hall. His velocity and his movement are great. His four seam is fantastic. And of course the movement on his pitches are very good. However, the problem is no one knows where the fuck they're going to end up. Last season, he held the league record with most wild pitches. In case you're wondering, that's a bad thing. I don't know if the Guardians think they can fix him, but we'll have to wait and see how this season goes. Because his pitches are a mystery box. They could end up anywhere. Even on second base, for some reason. You never know. Another bullpen arm is Navy Sharp, coming in the off season. Fantastic move on his curveball, fantastic movement on his slider, and his four seam is amazing. This is definitely one of the more underrated relief pitchers, and definitely someone to keep an eye on this year. Marco New York is next. He is a left-handed specialist. Or left-handed batter specialist. He has a great four-seam, good two-seam, and his curveball and changeup are pretty good as well. And then finally, we have the third relief pitcher. This is another team that does not have a traditional closer, Sylvia Winters. She definitely does sometimes have a problem walking, but her slider is amazing, and her four-seam is good enough to keep pitchers on their toes. I would definitely say the Guardians are a team to watch. They're definitely a dark horse to get into the playoffs. Alright, next up is the Sirens. They play at Shaka Sports Turf, which, according to the experts I spoke to, is considered one of the worst, if not the worst ballpark in the league. It has a very interesting wall, and its deep point is pretty deep, and the shortest point is 377. This is very much a pit, especially with how wide the foul territory is. This is a pitcher's ballpark. Ball does not carry. And with how deep the outfield is, this is a low-scoring ballpark, to say the least. So let's get into the Sirens who play here. Starting off at shortstop is Reagan Wackett. 31 years old. He is a pretty good fielder, great contact guy, and he's good at the mind games. Julianne Wheels takes up spot number 2 as the designated hitter. She has good speed, good contact, and good power. She's also tough out, but she's also seen as an easy target by some pitchers. Something to watch for. See how they pitch before she's down 2 strikes, and how they pitch after she's down 2 strikes. Zane Zoner is third. Amazing on the bat. However, amazing on the first pitch. However, he does struggle with fielding. Third baseman does have a problem with Butterfingers. Carter Langston. Good utility guy. But because of his power and connection, he does usually get the starting nod. His fielding ain't too bad, and his arm's really good. Aster Testa, not a great fielder, but good on the bat. Along with Turtle Flounder. Fielding is above average, arm's good, speed is alright, and then power and contact are above average. Fortunately, the Sirens have what has been named the worst catcher in the league, and Brock Bracketeer. He is, to be fair, he is a second-year catcher. However, fans are very confused why they let their previous catcher walk and promoted Brock to the starting catching role. They even brought in another catcher who is even worse. So the catching team is worried. He has good power and good speed, but he does struggle making contact. Timothy Austin, that's 8th and plays first base. 38 years old. He's still pretty good in the field, and he's still good at making contact. He's also really good with hitting power against righties. He does also, like his third baseman, have a bit of a Butterfingers problem. And then we have Elizabeth Cleverly, who is the center fielder. 35. Fielding could be better, but arm and speed are good. That's mainly what she's used for. Of course, Teodoro Concentrado is their backup catcher. And this is the only team that offered him a contract, which is a concern. They have Raiden Velocidad, who is 37 and can still start rallies. Rusty Sachs is good. He can make diving plays, but you definitely are praying when he does so. And then we have rookie center fielder RJ Clayton. RJ very good at contact hitting. He can bring in the runs when needed, and he's consistent. He'll probably be playing off the bench for a couple of seasons, but as long as he can learn and improve his fielding by a lot, he might eventually earn his place. Ingrid Zavala is the starting pitcher, lefty with amazing movement on her 4 pitches. She has a 4-seam, a 2-seam, a curveball, and a changeup. Velocity is
Bear is a little above average. Placement is good, but she's good at getting strikeouts. That's always a good thing. Next up, Vladimir Trunk, who unfortunately has a meltdown problem, but he is a workhorse. He does sometimes have problems, but he's a good second arm in the rotation. Well, and that is someone else who's prone to meltdowns, especially when they're surrounded. Caroline Hanna. She is about an average pitcher with 5 pitches. Now they do say less is more, so keep that in mind. But she does have some problems. And also, Prism swingings. She tends to choke in high intensity moments and falls behind. Her velo is about average, but barely above average is movement and accuracy. Something to be on the lookout for. We'll get to the bullpen. Greg Peterson. Very good relief pitcher. He does have a little bit of an accuracy problem, but with how good his cutter is, along with his slider, the accuracy can be made up for. Maya Underhand is also here, also with a bit of an accuracy problem, but because she relies so much on her four seam, that is a little bit more of a problem for her. Something she's got to be careful with. Especially with who the catcher is for the team. Harlan Peppers is another bullpen arm. Great velocity on his four seam. Slider moves barely enough. Accuracy isn't great. And he does tend to have a wild pitch problem. And again, with who his catcher is, that could be a problem. Four-seam changeup man, Bob Colbert, 39 years old, still has great velocity, and since he uses a changeup, while movement may be a little bit of a problem, the changeup is really just there to change speeds and throw pitchers' timing off on his elite four-seam. He's also a pretty consistent pitcher. And then we get to the closer, Madeline Wilcox. Fantastic pitcher. Pitches the best in her innings, which are the 8th and 9th. She's a strikeout collector. Good velocity, great accuracy, good movement on the slider and the curveball. All in all, this team needs the pitching to work because the defense is lacking to say. There's a good chance that this will be a team that needs the score to be 12-11 to win. I don't know how far they're going to make it. Now, fortunately, we are at the end of the time allotted for this broadcast. We do have 5 teams left to break down. So, next time we go live with 100.666 AM Gray Radio, we will finish breaking down the Swamperts and the Graveyard Division. We will also go over any rivalries or rookies that we missed. And, of course, we'll get to the exciting opening day games of this. Until then, thank you all for tuning in. I have been your host, Great Man Gray Yellow. Until next time,
Stay cool.